Good afternoon, everyone. It's Pal Ponder Weather coming to you live with storm coverage this afternoon. And we've got a lot of storms to talk about, folks. Unfortunately, we've got a pretty significant severe weather threat unfolding. And we've got a tornado watch that was just issued for the North Texas region, getting in most of East Texas. And so let's go over the tornado watch. How's it going, everybody? Hope everyone out there can hear me. So we have the tornado watch unfolding, and it does include a couple of tornadoes. Hey, Stormy, how are you doing? Thanks for coming on live with me. Yeah, so we've got a significant severe weather threat. Tornado watch does include most of southern Oklahoma and North Texas this afternoon. It includes a couple of tornadoes potential, as well as widespread large hail. That's probably going to be the most significant threat with this system, unfortunately, is some significant, very, if not giant size hail, potentially up to 4 inches in diameter. That is softball size hail. And then we've got some scattered wind gusts of upwards to almost 80 miles an hour. So this is definitely a significant day unfolding. And in fact, we've been watching this triple point kind of all afternoon long. And about an hour ago, before they issued this tornado watch, there was a little bit of convection. And now you can see this supercell is really starting to bubble up and producing some golf ball size hail really as we speak. We even have a tornado warning for this particular cell, now up to tennis ball size hail. So we do, in fact, have a brand new tornado warning unfolding for. Can y'all see that okay? Is it dark on the screen? Unfolding for southern Clay County back into North Texas, east central Archer County, and northern Texas, as well as into about 245. So this is a developing, not on the ground, but a potential tornado that just got tornado warning that just got issued, heading over near Lake Arrowhead, and it's moving east around 25 miles an hour, and it's dropping some potentially tennis ball size hail with it as well. There's a lot of ground echo on the radar this afternoon. Here, let me take the tornado watch off, because everybody knows we're under tornado watch now, and we'll take this off so you can actually see some of the warnings a little bit better. So as we kind of zoom in this area, this is the area that we're talking about. So a little bit significant severe weather threat starting off this evening. And let's just look at some of the velocity scans on this. So it's right around Arrowhead City is where the rotation is currently right now, as the supercell is dropping east southeast. So this is the trajectory, and this is the unfortunate trajectory that we were concerned about in North Texas of it unfolding, because obviously once this supercell kind of dives southeast, it will likely continue on that same path for a long time to come. And so we've got the extension of the tornado warning continuing for those areas of Clay County back into Archer County. So this is a significant threat, dropping some fairly significant hail along its way as well. Tennis ball size hail. And unfortunately, you're probably going to be hearing a lot of that this afternoon with this particular atmosphere unfolding how it is. And there's the bigger hair core. This is where the rotation is right now. And if you let me just zoom in here, this is Lake Arrowhead. This is where the supercell is rotating, and it's diving east southeast bound. So this whole area is under the gun for potentially some of that tennis ball size hail potential, and back through Bellevue eventually into Windthorst, or in the bullseye or in the crosshairs of that particular cell that's dropping southeast. But this is the action that we're concerned about for Dallas-Fort Worth, as it's going to be drifting southeast. So we came on a little bit earlier. We do, in fact, have the tornado watch that goes, in fact, until 9 o'clock. So this is only 2. So that's seven hours and we're starting to see a little bit more supercells forming just north of that boundary. So you've got the dry line out west. This is your dry line, and then you've got the warm front that's backing up, but then you have the cold front that's coming in. So this is what's referred to as like the triple point area. This is where the most convergence is. This is where the storm initiation is starting to happen. So we had a little bit of convection this morning that was diving southeast, but it can kind of tended to fizzle out. So we didn't get the morning activity, which actually made the afternoon activity now a little bit more unstable. So that's why the Storm Prediction Center, in fact, even upgraded it in the afternoon, because the morning convection didn't disrupt or destabilize the atmosphere. So it was pretty much prime. Not, now it's 2 o'clock. We're still, in fact, getting a little bit warmer. So obviously I can see the sun out right now. We've got, overcast skies. The temperature is around 86. So we're getting into that zone where we're heading to what they refer to as peak heating time frame. And unfortunately, that would put most of the metroplex into play right around that peak heating, which is nowadays, because the sun doesn't go down until after 8 o'clock, is right around 5 or 6 o'clock. That's typically what's peak heating. This is when your highest temperature is. And unfortunately, that's probably when it's going to be in most of the heart of the metroplex, getting into Collin County, back towards, getting into Dallas County by then. So that's the unfortunate thing, because a lot of people are going to be out, obviously out and about. School is going to be coming home. People are going to be out there, still working. A lot of cars on the road. There's 8.5 million people in North Texas. So this is a significant threat for such a large populated area. And that is the concern, because it's the hail, right? We do have a tornado risk. We do have a damaging wind threat, but it's just the hail, right? Because obviously that's could do a lot of damage to rooftops. It could do a lot of damage to cars. So if you have a situation where you do have the capability, I got a little hail cover. I actually put it on my son's car, and so that one's covered, and the other one's at school right now. And then I'm kind of like, well, maybe get home as soon as possible to put the hail cover in, because we got 4 cars. My car, my wife's car is in the garage, but we got 2. We don't have a 4-car garage. So, but everybody's having to deal with those types of situations unfolding. Unfortunately, this afternoon. Oh wow, good. The ground clutter cleared up. Did you see that? Now we can actually see what we're looking at here. So thanks for tuning in to storm coverage this evening. Like I mentioned, we do have a fairly significant threat, as we have big time hail producers already forming up there by Henrietta. That's when it kind of started to form, back towards Archer City, Holiday, Henrietta. Now it's over Lake Arrowhead. So it's still kind of in that same vicinity. It hasn't really, but we've been trying to wait for this southeast turn. So they've been forming, and they've moved kind of eastbound. And now they're actually, with that tornado warning, they're actually moving southeast. So Bowie would likely be in the crosshairs of this extension when this gets extended from the National Weather Service, as we get a little bit closer to the metroplex. So you've got Bowie. Let me just give you some cities here. So you have Bowie, Sunset, Chico, Decatur. There's Runaway Bay. Remember Runaway Bay the other night that unfortunately had that EF1 or 2 tornado that had 1 fatality. So they're in the crosshairs with this storm, and that will continue to dive down southeast bound. So you got Decatur, there's Crum, there's Denton, and of course then when you're getting into the heart of the DFW metroplex. Are they getting stronger as they move east? Unfortunately, yes, because we're going into a more ripe environment. I mean, we're still heating up, right? We're still getting a little bit hotter. The cold front is going to be draped across the northwest, so it's kind of sitting here. We got the dry line out west, and then we have the warm front kind of lifting north, and this is what's referred to as the convergence zone. This is why you're seeing most of the activity there at the moment. And so this is the activity that's forming. And once they form, then they can move. Then they obviously can move southeast. So that's, that's where we're at. That's why, but the Storm Prediction Center has that upgraded moderate risk. And it's literally for, I mean, I can show you. It's like, I mean, you can't get any, right. Basically, they put North Texas in kind of a target tonight, if you will, of significant risk. So, I mean, yeah, they put, look at this. And this is what the Storm Prediction Center put out earlier. And, so you've got a normal, you have the brown, that is your more marginal risk. That's the less severe, I guess you could say. And then you have the slight, which is level 2. And then you've got the red, which is enhanced. That's where we were. But since, like I mentioned, we didn't get the morning convection, not only do we have a hatched area, and the Storm Prediction Center has included areas that could potentially get the bigger size hail. That's why it's labeled as hatch. So not just a level 1, we have a level 2 hatched. And then they upped the ante even further and upgraded it even further to a moderate risk. So basically you're almost at the top of the chart. I mean, it really doesn't get any stronger than this besides a high risk. And that is very rare. I mean, it's about the highest risk you can actually get on their scale, unfortunately. And then look where the bullseye is. I mean, it covers most of Collin County, Grayson County, Denton, Collin, Dallas, Hunt, Fannin, further south into Dallas, Waxahachie. I mean, it just put a bullseye, if you will, right over the Metroplex, right? So, that's what we're looking at, folks. So hopefully it does not get too bad, but all the dynamics are really starting to come together and kind of showing it could be a fairly significant threat, unfortunately, for North Texas this afternoon. So that's why we're doing, storm coverage, watching these storms come in. So there's nothing's imminent. There's probably not going to be storms forming out ahead of that. It's all going to be coming from the northwest to the southeast. So what you see on radar is probably what you're going to be seeing as they kind of build and kind of congeal into not a squall line, but that's what, they're going to be isolated, discrete supercells are going to be traveling southeast bound. So I'm not really expecting anything to form kind of out ahead of it versus just maybe a sprinkler or two. So let's look at some of the models. This is your high resolution guidance. This kind of updates every single hour. So since we have some time, we're still tracking this storm. So let's look at some of the latest data. Of course, this updates every single hour. So this is going to change a little bit every single hour, but you kind of get the idea. This is what the short range high resolution models are looking at right now. So this is about 3 o'clock. You can see it's a little bit further south. So there will be 4 o'clock. And so when you start seeing, I mean, you can't take this verbatim, right? But this is always concerning when you kind of see this, even on some of the model data, this little, not just purple, but blue. I mean, that's just that is your very giant, significant hail potential. So that we're starting to see a little bit more of that. This is a 4 o'clock hour on some of the high resolution data. What we're looking at is just future radar right now, future radar. And so as this swings through, you can see the trajectory of what we're expecting as it moves kind of southeast. So anywhere you see in the purple, so don't set your sights, oh, it's at 5 o'clock and hail big time in Flower Mound. It doesn't exactly work that way, but it just kind of gives you the idea of the potential in the atmosphere tonight, as you can see the expansion moving southeast, and each one of these individual supercells could be some larger hail producers. And there's going to be some very large hail, tennis ball, baseball, even some softball size hail probably can't be ruled out. And some of these individual cells as it kind of moves along here into the evening. So let's just kind of move the needle, and this will again change every kind of hour as this developing. But you can see most of the area around 6 o'clock is over Collin and Dallas County with that significant severe weather risk. Any area of these could produce some significant hail along the way, and there's towards 7 o'clock. So you see you got a couple different supercells. Each one of these, one, two, three, four, five. I mean, could be looking at some bigger size hail potential as these are individual storms traversing southeast, dropping some significant hail, maybe even isolated tornado or two along the way, and then getting into south of Dallas. This is about 8 o'clock. So remember, the tornado watch goes until about 9. This is still the Dallas Fort Worth area. You've got Cedar Hill, you've got Duncanville, you have downtown Dallas. There's Combine out towards Van. So I mean, so that's the 18Z. Let me just take you back to the 17Z to kind of show you this. These can change like every hour. So let's just look at the 17Z, what it kind of looked like about an hour ago. So so that's 3 o'clock. Has the storms forming in Bowie right now. This is kind of where they're at. There's probably a little bit faster than that. And then there would be 4 o'clock. Now this is the 17Z. We looked at the 18Z to kind of show you the differences, but same general dynamics of it coming southeast bound. There's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can see what we're concerned about when you got a supercell over a heavily populated area of Denton and Collin County and moving through southeast bound, heading towards DFW Airport, University Park, downtown Dallas, Collin County. You get the idea. This is what we're concerned about tonight as we have these supercells forming and they're dropping into a very heavily populated area. I mean, I even kind of heard that they're diverting planes, folks. I mean, you can't land in this stuff and you can't take off in this stuff. This is a significant threat, and unfortunately, if this is 6 o'clock, that's prime time people coming home from work. I mean, you got millions of people on the road on I-35, 75. You're like a sitting duck out there. You can't go anywhere, right? I mean, and then people want to block the traffic, especially when they park under overpasses, which is the last thing you want to do. You never want to do that. So, it's just one of those things that we know it's coming, right? It's we're exactly in individual cities. I mean, we can't sit there and say, oh, at 5 o'clock it's going to hit your area. You can't really do that, but you get the idea. I mean, we're looking at a significant threat tonight of some larger hail, some damaging winds, and going to have a ton of delays, some cancellation. And there's probably going to be doing a lot of damage in the DFW Metroplex. I mean, we could be looking at a $1 to $2 billion event, maybe not out of the question. We've had some of these before. 1995 Mayfest event. I mean, I mean, I've been here 30 years now, since 1996 from Houston. We've had some bigger hail events in North Texas, and the dynamics are there for a significant threat for a large hail event tonight, unfortunately. Hey, Jen. Hey, a teenager refuses to listen. I'm so glad mine are young adults. Yes, my kids are now 18 and 20. One only had one class today. He says, I'm just going to stay home. I said, well, that's actually even a better idea. So, we can always come back tomorrow and go to school, so I got one of them stayed home. The other one, he had to go to school. And, but he don't let out. I mean, the high school doesn't let out until like 4:20, 4:50, right? It's late. So, I mean, it could be hailing by then. I don't know. so I mean, I'm definitely concerned myself that where'd did this thing stop working? All right, I'm gonna have to plug this in for a second. But yes, so let me get off future radar here, and but yeah, definitely a significant threat tonight with this system coming in. But yeah, it definitely appears, prime time could be like 4 to 7 o'clock, right? So, kind of doing the math of where we are right now and where we're potentially going. It could be, Yeah, I did see that. Oh, we have a makeup game at 6 o'clock in McKinney, hoping it's not needed to make it up again. You ain't playing baseball tonight. That's just not going to happen. Um, but yeah, so we're definitely starting to see more and more areas, right? So as we're kind of continuing coverage here, we're definitely seeing more of these areas really start to bubble up. You've got some 2-inch hailstones falling over Sulphur near the Red River there, north of the border there in Oklahoma. We've got another significant threat for some quarter size hail, but this is still the strongest potential of that cell that was out in Lake Arrowhead, still dropping southbound, still rotating, still has some strong rotation with this one, and dropping some fairly significant hail, 2 inches, 2.25 inches, along its path here. Hey, I don't see much out west of Fort Worth, but did they cancel all activities in what White Settlement? It still has the potential to back build. I mean, you got stuff that's going to be traversing southeast. So, I mean, it definitely has. It's just one of those days that you just don't want to take the gamble, right? I mean, there's always tomorrow. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. So, there's a significant threat unfolding. So, it's better be safe than sorry. If you can stay home, and if you are home right now and you don't need to go anywhere, you don't need to go to the mall, you don't need to go out to work out or anything like that. I mean, if there's something that you can put off till tomorrow, I would highly advise it, because I ain't going anywhere. I got my both cars in the garage. I got my son's car cover over it. I mean, we're set, right? So I mean, uh, I'm doing some storm coverage for you, watching these storms come in as they move along, right? They're going to be moving from northwest to southeast. So this storm is still moving east southeast, so it hasn't really taken the overall dreaded, southeast turn as of yet, but they definitely will, and there's definitely more of them. They're growing upscale growth where the convergence zone is, with this cell. So I don't know the name of it. My wife actually bought the car cover. I mean, I know there's hailprotector.com. That's the one I usually had, but this was a kind of a cheaper, lower end guidance model, I guess. I don't even know what the name was. I'm sorry. Um, but it's something they got. My wife got them for their one of the Christmas presents to, in these cases like this, because obviously they're driving now, and we didn't most of our marriage, we didn't have this problem, right? So they started driving the car, and it's like, well, you can't park outside, you can't park inside anymore, so it's like, I've always parked undercover, all my entire life. So now we don't really have that option. So, hey, Levi, how's it going, buddy? I've been worried about this storm all day. Yes, indeed. We've been kind of waiting. The looked like the morning convection was going to hit us a little bit earlier, and that kind of subsided, and now we're kind of waiting again for the second convection to unfold, and it finally started to materialize about an hour and a half ago, and that's exactly when they started issuing the tornado watch for North Texas until 9 o'clock. And so it's about an hour and a half later, this is where we're at. So you can see the convergence zone. It's really starting to bubble up here of these supercells, unfolding and growing, upscale, right? So the biggest tail we've seen so far, up to 2 inches in diameter with some of this activity, as this continues to drop a little bit closer south of the Red River, south of heading out towards Bowie now, and eventually this will continue to dive southeast. Hey, Gabriella. What time in Melissa? So you're probably, I would imagine you're closer to maybe 5, 6 o'clock in the in Melissa region. It's kind of the way it looks like right now. These aren't, if they turn southeast, so obviously they'll go south a little bit faster. But right now they're kind of moving east actually, and they're slowly drifting south. So it's going to be producing a lot of rain with these, and so yeah. But once they get here, it'll be definitely packing a punch for a couple hours. Looks like some schools are releasing early, which is good. Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, I mean, it's better than safe than sorry in this time frame. I mean, some schools get out early. I mean, they let out pretty late now. My son's school doesn't even let out till 4:30. So that's still another 2 more hours, and you see where the storms are. So, and of course, they still have to get home. Oh, that's what it was. Seal skin car covers. Yeah, that's what it was, Len. That's what we have on my son's car. That's actually the name of it. It wasn't too bad. It was only like $100 or something. I don't know how good it is, but hey, something's better than nothing. So, so you're saying I'm screwed from Prosper to Sherman at 4 o'clock. There's going to be a lot of people on the road. All right. This is not a 11 o'clock event where everybody's off work and they're done for the night. And these are peak heating events. I mean, it's a work day. There's going to be a lot of people out. Unfortunately, people have to live their life, but this is not coming at the best time. Essentially, is and these are always the ones that you have to worry about. Is because they could be the strongest, right? You come at when the atmosphere is the warmest, and you come when the most instability is the strongest. So all this is really just kind of convergence right there across into the metroplex coming together. We're still getting a little bit more unstable. So we're still getting a little bit more unstable with this particular atmosphere. I think it's charged up now. So I posted this earlier. So let's look at these Cape values. This is your convective available potential energy. Of course, the higher the number, the more fuel. We call it storm fuel here in North Texas, and this is what feeds into the environment. And whenever you see, oh my gosh, I mean, it's over 5,000, folks. I mean, that is like significant. So just to put this in perspective, I mean, a normal thunderstorm is right around 500 to 1,000. So if you hear thunder and you get some gusty winds out there, it's about a 500 to 1,000 joules per kilogram, and this is over 5,000. I mean, this is about the highest you can get, right? I mean, this is adding fuel. This is what's often referred to as storm fuel, going into some of those updrafts, feeding the storm, making them a little bit taller. That could be 60,000 feet. So we can look at some of the cloud tops when we get off the screen. But this is the concern, and you can see we're getting more and more unstable. This is about 4 o'clock, and you can see where we're at now. So we're still high, 47, 48, 5,000, but we're getting more unstable. See that the environment is getting a little bit more unstable as we hit towards peak heating before this activity that drops into this instability, right? So that's the concern. It's going right into that instability, um, and fueling that storm as that system arrives. So that's why we have the significant hail threat. That's why you can get some 60,000 foot cloud tops. You get some of that high, you're going to have baseball, softball. I mean, the higher the cloud top, the longer that ice pellet can stay up in the atmosphere. So something of that size could be up there 20, 25 minutes, right? So the updraft is strong enough, lifts it back up in the atmosphere, and then it just freezes again, and it gets a little bit bigger. So it starts to melt along the way. I mean, 60,000 feet's 10 miles. That's a significant storm. And then it drops, and then it's basically like a fight. The hailstone gets bigger, the updraft is there. So the stronger the updraft, the bigger the hail can get. And so until somebody wins, right? So it's either the updraft is to keep it's still strong and it's going to keep it up in the atmosphere, or eventually it's finally big enough where once that hail comes through, it's going to penetrate that updraft and allowed to fall to the surface. And that's when you get ground truth of what unfolded and actually hit the house or hit the car or hit something. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, we could be looking at some, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 inch hail. So, so notice this, right? This is about 7 o'clock, right? So that once the storms come in, it takes away the instability, right? So once you have that storm come through, but the damage by then is already done, right? So that wipes it through the metroplex all the way through. This is about 10 o'clock, and this is where the storms could be heading towards the Waco vicinity, right around 10 o'clock. So we're still getting a little bit more unstable, unfortunately, as time. So it not happening yet is working against us. It's not really doing us any favors, with that instability waning out this morning. That was not actually a good thing. Some people are like, oh, it's actually not going to happen again now. And no, actually, no, it's even worse because of the factors into play, because the round two was the main event. Round one was maybe a cushion and it didn't happen. So now we're faced with round two, right? So once the cold front comes through, once the cooler air takes away the instability first, and then the cooler air comes in the backside, then you're done, right? But right now we've got dew points in the mid 70s. We've got temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. You're in prime time warm air for late April standards, feeding into that storm. But yeah, if you got flights coming in, you got airports coming in. I mean, you're likely going to have some delays. I mean, there's no question, right? That's you got turbulence galore, and even if it doesn't rain, the turbulence, the updrafts, it's very dangerous to fly in that atmosphere, even come close. So there's no pilot's going to come close to DFW today. And they're probably still flying now, but they're probably going to halt it fairly pretty quick, right? So there's the golf ball size hail confirmation, Blue Grove, southwest of Blue Grove, about 10 minutes ago. So we're starting to get ground truth now with some of that bigger hail, reaching the surface now. And there's a little bit limbs down and some tree damage. So yes, you're going to have a lot of tree damage tonight. You're probably going to have a lot of, just a lot of hail damage, right? I mean, if you get something that big, not only does it take out your roof, it could be even go through windows, folks. I mean, it could go through some windows. You saw what happened during the Wiley event when you're talking 5-inch hail. I mean, I hope it doesn't get that bad, but the atmosphere is there. Okay. So now we had another report coming in, and now confirmed tennis ball size hail. So tennis ball size hail from ground spotters on the surface now are coming in and saying, hey, what fell through the sky and what actually made it to the surface was about 2.5 inches. So that's what's unfolding now, that some of that tennis ball size hail. And you can see the trajectory. It's now I would say it's taken a little bit more of a east southeast turn, not directly southeast yet, but taking more of a turn towards the metroplex here. Hi, Lexi. Well, right now it's 2:30. I would say the updated timing, it appears to me across the metroplex, say about between 4 and 7. That would be kind of your prime time, heart of the metroplex. 4 o'clock north, 7 o'clock south into south, say Plano, Dallas vicinity around 7. So that's about the window of where we're at. We're about 2.5 hour, 2:30 now. And then these are just now making it to almost the Bowie area. So you got Sunset, you've got Gainesville, you've got Sherman, and then you got Sanger, Decatur. So all this is going to be drifting southeast, and unfortunately, it's going to take over most of the metroplex. I don't want to leave East Texas out of it because you're in the threat. I mean, it goes all the way to Texarkana. This is all going to be shifting your area, and of course, it's going to go well into Arkansas. Um, I mean, look what unfolded last night in Missouri. I mean, they had some crazy stuff last night. There's some, let me just zoom in here. This is 3.2-inch hail, 3-inch hail, baseball size hail here. Plenty of tennis ball, 3-inch, you know, plenty of hail between two and 3.5 inches there last night, and then sporadic 1 to 2 inches there. But that was in Missouri last night, and now the risk is much further off to the southwest here. Hey, Wendy. Yeah, I want us cancel, but well, I mean, fortunately, it's actually hadn't been that bad. So it's always the goods and bads with severe weather, and North Texas has been kind of missing these events, right? They're either the capping inversion's too strong, the dynamics of the dry line coming in, and when it's going to arrive 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. By then, it's very you lost all the daytime heating and everything else, so you've got all this pent up demand, if you will, in the atmosphere, right? So it hasn't been kind of worked over, right? And then now we've got a system, coming in at exactly prime time. Right. I mean, you can't time it any better, unfortunately. And so you got all those factors kind of coming together now. But I will tell you, I guess the good thing of this is if you're looking forward to this is you won't be hearing me talk about severe weather for at least 10 days. We've got, this is a fairly decent cooler shot of air coming in, and that will like cleanse the atmosphere out. And then we'll have a nicer day tomorrow. It'll probably still be overcast, but I'm not really expecting any rain besides just a sprinkler or two. But then Thursday, we'll be watching a system coming in from the southwest, right? So we've been talking about this El Nino getting the subtropical jet stream a little bit more activated. We're starting to see more and more signs of that southern jet stream, that subtropical jet stream starting to get a little bit more active. And then we have actually a disturbance that's going to be coming in from northwest Mexico. And this cold front is going to drop, and it's going to be stalling somewhere in the vicinity of, I would say, between Austin and San Antonio on Thursday. So then you have the system coming in from the northwest Mexico, and that is going to cause an overrunning type setup right over North Texas and Central Texas. This will be Thursday. This is all rain, no severe weather, with temperatures in the 60s. And then Friday, that system gets a little bit closer, probably overnight, Thursday night, Friday, over most of Texas, right? It's going to be a pretty good soaking rain later Thursday into Friday. Much of central South Texas will get in the action. I mean, we're even talking some snow across the Rockies and the mountains of New Mexico. It's a cold system. And then it'll be a nice weekend. So all that to say, this will clear out very nicely, and it'll be leaving us with a pretty nice Saturday. Maybe starting off Saturday could be a little bit cloudy, but the end of the day is going to end sunshine, and then Sunday is going to be beautiful. I mean, it's probably going to be a perfect day out there. So, but we got to get through tonight, right? This is obviously the main event tonight, and hey, Crystal, how you doing? Hey, should the kids get out of school early? That will be up to the school district. That's definitely just up to that's up each individual school district. So it's very difficult to say, hey, we're going to get out early at a school, because I mean you got a lot of people. There's you got to be available to pick them up, the kids and stuff. I mean, so that just didn't happen just like that. All right, so people are at work, and everything else. So it's just, hey, Van Alstyne just announced leaving early. Wow. So yeah. So, I mean, that's a significant day, right? When you're talking about schools are canceling classes early to get home because of the severe weather, they know that, there's just too many factors there and saying, hey, this could be a significant threat. So might as well be on the safe side and let the kids out early. Hopefully they get home safe. And because there's always tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's not going to be any storms whatsoever. So that's um so yeah, I mean, it's so yeah, so hearing something like that, they're definitely taking this event very seriously, as you should. Hey Jen, hey, will South Flower Mound get hit? I mean, you're going to be in the trajectory. The thing about severe weather, you can't guarantee an individual city is going to get hit because what makes them severe is these isolated cells. What makes the system on Thursdays just a complete rain event because it's more widespread. I mean, you're talking a 70-80% chance of rain and a cooler rain. This is not that. You've got about a 40% chance of a supercell, an isolated severe storm, to impact your area within a radius of 25 miles. So even though you even are under a tornado warning, doesn't mean you're still going to get that tornado, right? So I mean, there's definitely going to be areas that are going to get hail, and there's definitely going to be areas that just don't get anything, right? That is the nature of the beast with severe storms. So just like even in a tornado aspect, I mean, it can cross the street and be obliterate one house, and then the other house be totally fine. That is the nature of the beast with severe storms. And so, um, unfortunately, we can't tell you an individual city is 100% guaranteed going to get impacted tonight. But the heart of the metroplex, the entire metroplex, has about a 40% chance of being um, seeing or under some sort of severe thunderstorm or severe warning that would include some damaging winds, some larger hail with this particular setup. This isn't like a straight line wind event. So I think it's going to start off as a big time hail producer setup, some spin up tornadoes along it, and then kind of transfer as it swings further south into some damaging winds. So you're going to start with the initial hail threat, some tornado threat, and then the damaging winds. And at some point, this front will likely start to slow down. And when it does, I think that's when the flash flooding threat is going to start unfolding. So I'm probably expecting some flash flooding later on this evening, as well as the system will be dumping some 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates as you see the slow progression. I mean, it's not exactly moving fast. It's further south. It's moving east, but it's just moving oozing further south. So it's producing a lot of rain. So hey, Crystal. Hey, we're just gonna say closer to the 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6:30 time frame, towards McKinney. That seems to be a fair estimate. Um, if these storms start moving southeast, they're gonna be there a little bit earlier. So I mean, I kind of mentioned that, and then here we go. So like, this is the first storm that's technically moving southeast now. So this is a special weather statement. This is what's often issued before a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is below severe limits. But the important thing is the turn southeast. This is turning southeast now. So we're starting to see that southeast turn in some of the storms. So obviously this will start making it towards North Texas a little bit faster now and kind of gain speed. And when it takes that southeast turn, it's hitting that instability, right? I mean, you've got the updrafts coming in, and that's going to fuel that storm. So that's when you can get some of those larger hails and hailstones. And you always have to look at the leading edge there and some of the southwestern flank if a storm is going to be turning tornadic or not. Um, tonight. But yeah, there's definitely some mixed bag here. You can see we had some quarter size, we had 1.5 inch size, we have some golf ball size, we got some tennis ball size. So I mean, you always see what the atmosphere is capable of. This is baseball size, so it doesn't imply everybody gets baseball size, right? This is what the atmosphere's the highest potential could reach. So obviously there could be some pea size mixed in, there could be some quarter size mixed in, some golf ball, some tennis ball size, not just all baseball size. And of course, it doesn't guarantee just because you're in that red area that you're even going to get hail. So you obviously have a much higher probability, but it doesn't guarantee your house is going to get hit or impacted. Hey, what time for Gunner and Salina? So, I mean, we're approaching Chico. We're getting closer to Sanger here. So, I mean, Gunner and Salina, you're I don't know, two and a half, two out, 2.5 hours. I mean, that's about 5 or 6. Yeah. So, yeah. So about 5 or 6. Hey, new to Anna, worried about school pickup. Yeah, 4:45. Wow, that is definitely late, but it is Anna. I mean, you're on kind of the eastern side of the system. You're not in Sanger, so I think 4:45 would be okay. You probably just have to head straight home, right? So, not everybody's going to be home, right? There's going to be a lot of people that obviously have to work till 5, have to work till 6. Um, hey, the regular weather apps are showing a little bit before 4:30 for Melissa. Hey, Lisa. Yeah, that's what we kind of looked at. I mean, obviously they're going to change just a little bit every single hour, so you can't take them, verbatim. But I posted one when the newest Zero Z came out yesterday. It had about 6 o'clock and had some supercells right over near Collin County and towards Dallas County. That's actually going to be fairly close, folks. I mean, that was 24 hours ago. So so all right. So definitely we're starting to see more southeastern turn, right? So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning and it's moving southeast. So this is the second system now has moved is now moving southeast. So this is the system that we've been tracking all the way from Wichita Falls. So now it's getting a little bit closer. It's located over the Newport area and it's moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So it does, in fact, have some larger hail with it. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning with up to ping pong size and some wind gust approaching some 70 mile per hour with this cell. So it's dropping southbound. So in the path are going to be Runaway Bay, Bridgeport, Decatur, Bowie, Alvord, Chico, Paradise, those areas, in Sunset, back into Lake Almond, back into Newport, does include Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, as well as further south into, say, Vineyard. So, yeah, like I mentioned, this is the last thing Runaway Bay wants to see because they just got impacted from a devastating, stronger tornado just the other night and had that one fatality, unfortunately. Now we've got a significant threat approaching that same area, unfortunately, and they could get impacted again by some rotation and some stronger wind gusts with the system. Hey, do you expect any storm development or just this one round? No, this would be one round, Samantha. This would be one round because we do have the cold front trailing. So the two rounds that we mentioned, the first round didn't exactly come to fruition. It kind of fizzled out. That's why we're having this one more significant round. But there's nothing going to be trailing behind this one. So I would say the good thing for Wichita Falls is you're done. I mean, this is reality. So once it moves through, this is Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls is likely done for the day. They could get a little bit, non-severe stuff with the cool front as it trails behind. But as far as the severe threat, more than likely they are going to be done this evening. So everything is out ahead of this system, producing a ton of lightning with this storm and some stronger winds, 70 miles an hour, even higher at times. Um, Hey, yeah, Denton ISD just canceled non-essential afternoon activities. Yeah, so you're probably going to be seeing a lot more, even if they don't close early. They're going to be seeing obviously outdoor afternoon activities are just not going to happen, right? So the best thing I can advise you is if you're able to take off early, do. If you're able to take off and go straight home, I would advise that. So the faster you can get home and safe under harm's way. Now again, this isn't going to last all night long. I mean, this will push through 8, 9 o'clock through the heart of the metroplex, and it'll be actually fine behind all the stuff. So I mean, once you feel that effects of some of that cooler air coming in on the backside, once this clears the metroplex, the watch goes until 9 o'clock. If you need to go back out by then, I mean, I would say you're fine, because that the severe threat, the most intense threat, would likely be over. But we've had it. Oh, this is now a confirmed tornado, folks. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is the first tornado of the day near Newport. So we do have a developing situation of a tornadic supercell that just now turned tornadic here with this particular cell. So let's give you the parameters. We've got a tornado warning that just got issued, or then a confirmed tornado. Wow, there is your tornado, folks. That is that could be even a stronger tornado building here. This is south of Bellevue, Bowie. There's Chico. This is the tornadic supercell that is on the ground right now, and it's traveling southeast about 35 miles an hour. So we have a developing situation of a supercell that has turned tornadic, and we do have a nasty cell on the ground right now. All right, so let's zoom in. So this is Bellevue. This is Newport. So it's right around the Newport area, right? So if you live in Newport, you definitely have to take cover. This is a dangerous situation. This could be a stronger tornado on the ground right now, diving southeast. So this is a confirmed tornado by spotters, and you can see the velocity scans on radar. That is significant rotation with this system. There is Bowie to the right of this. There's Sunset, and there's Chico. So this is the area that's traveling southbound. So if you live in Chico, you need to be in your safe place now, because we do have a tornado barreling down, and it could be on your doorstep in about 5 to 10 minutes or so, as this will be continue to traverse this. Probably not that soon, but continue to traverse southeast bound. So we're getting more and more stuff starting to fill in, as now we've seen the southeast turn. So this is the dreaded southeast turn that we've been concerned about. So it looks like in the latest scan, it's not as the rotation has lost some of the more significant rotation, but it definitely appeared that there still could be a tornado on the ground, which but it's not like as strong as it was, right? It's not. We've seen the last scan. This will update. But the last scan on the velocity scans kind of shows that it's not as significant as it was. Yeah, this is the correlation coefficient. This is often used to kind of see if there's some sort of debris that's lifted up in the atmosphere, and I mean, we can see a little bit of a debris here that starting to elevate. So at one point, it looked like this was a fairly strong tornado that was on the ground for even a couple of minutes, could do a lot of damage, but it's still on the ground. It appears that it's still on the ground, dropping southeast, maybe just not as strong as it was. It's got some ping pong size hail with it along the core. So this will probably, cycle out. We've got the leading edge. So this is your leading edge right now as continues to drop southeast. Is right on Newport's doorstep. Hey, Rain, how's it going, buddy? Hey, Dennison let out about 2:15. Hey, Travis, probably towards 6 o'clock towards McKinney. But we are seeing the southeast turn, so they could be arriving even earlier now. So the southeast turn has now started. And of course, Springtown was the second tornado. So these are unfortunately going over those same areas that got hit by an EF1 and an EF2 tornado just the other night, while it was actually on my birthday night on the 25th. Hey, Chris, ETA for Salina, driving home right now from downtown Dallas. I think you'll be fine if you just go straight home, Chris. It's likely you're not going to be there till, I would say after 4:30, probably closer to 4:30 for Salina. I know downtown Dallas is a ways. But it's good that you're actually leaving a little bit earlier. It is 3 o'clock, so hopefully you'll miss some of the bulk of the traffic. So these are moving southeast, or about 35 miles an hour. So, Decatur, so it's about an hour to Denton. I mean, it's about 30 miles to Denton, and it's 60 miles to Decatur. So just kind of a rule of thumb from Decatur to McKinney, that's about 60 miles. And then it's moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So that's why we say a good 2.5 hours from McKinney. But those moving southeast will actually obviously arrive a little bit sooner. Yeah, so it looks like that tornado is still on the ground, folks. It looks like that tornado is still, unfortunately, still on the ground. Not as significant it was earlier. I mean, it's not showing as strong rotation, but it is still there just to the right of Newport. Selma into Lake Lamond. There's Crafton. But it looks like to me, Chico is definitely in the crosshairs if this keeps together. It's got a significant amount of lightning with it. Look at all those lightning strikes. That is crazy amount of lightning strikes with this. Yeah, look at some of these cloud tops. This will kind of tell you the potential in this supercell. Wow. So there we go. I mean, we're pretty much right there, as we talked about earlier. We're approaching 60,000 feet in some of these cloud tops, folks. So this is what was the concern tonight as it taps. Remember, I showed you the instability earlier. As it taps into some of that instability, this is actually getting stronger as it's all coming together. So we're talking 58,000 feet. I mean, you do the math, right? That's a good 10 miles, if not 11. So that is a significant storm. I mean, for something like that, that's why you're getting the tennis ball. You can get the baseball size hail. You got plenty of ceiling. That's why it's rotating at some of the lower levels. I mean, you've got a lot of dynamics coming together here, pushing that cloud top. And so they went ahead and extended the tornado warning. So the tornado warning has now been extended, further southeast. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It looks like it's been on the ground for a good 10 minutes or so. Southwestern Montague County and northwestern Wise County. So we've got a confirmed tornado. It's located now about 8 miles uh, near Newport, 8 miles near Newport, moving southeast at now 45 miles an hour. So it actually is kind of picking up speed now. So 45 miles an hour moving to the southeast. It's got some a damaging tornado, some ping pong size hail. So Bowie, we talked about Chico. This is the circulation right here. You can see it. Bowie, Chico, getting into Sunset, Lake Amon, and then back into Fruitland, Park Springs, and Crafton. So those areas need to be taking cover immediately of this dangerous tornado that is on the ground, still on the ground, heading towards Chico until 3:15. So this is picking up speed. This is now moving at 45 miles an hour. So, and this will likely even probably even get it at extended here as that circulation looks strong. I mean, you got the and that's the concern. That cloud top is already 60,000 feet, so the ceiling is high already. So that is the concern for the Metroplex, because I don't see anything in its path to knock these storms down. So we're gonna get a significant threat all the way through the Metroplex, with already seeing a 60,000 foot cloud top off to the northwest, especially if it taps into some of that instability. And we're still getting warmer. Unfortunately, we're still getting getting warmer out into the Metroplex. All right, so it's 84 degrees, but the dew point is 73. That is some very sticky, muggy air. So basically, if you have anything in the 70 range, that's considered oppressive. But so when you start mixing in a low to mid 70 dew point with a temperature of in the mid to upper 80s, you're going to get a heat index well over into the 90s. But you've got plenty of fuel. That's moisture in the atmosphere, plenty of fuel to fuel these supercells as they're starting to dive southeast now. So they have taken Conrad southeast. So they when we first came on live here, they were moving east, and now they've taken that dreaded southeast turn. So that was the concern, that not only is it arriving in North Texas a little bit sooner, but also those southeast turn movers are always the biggest help producers and biggest, you know, potentials for updraft, which would cause some rotation, which would lead to some tornadic supercells, which we already seen one confirmed tornado. Now that looked like that tornado has now lifted, so the velocity scans aren't nearly as intense as they were, but this atmosphere is continuing to rotate, and we're probably going to be seeing it recycle and maybe even drop again as it lifts further south. So, if you live in Decatur, if you're further south into, say, Ponder, if you're listening to me from Crum, Ponder, New Fairview, Justin, Roanoke, back into Keller, Springtown, Reno, you're likely going to be extended and seeing this severe thunderstorm warning be extended for you in the next 45 minutes. So I would imagine in the next 45 minutes or so, if not a little bit sooner, you're going to be under the gun of that severe storm. So the circulation is still there, and they're probably going to be keeping to extend this once this expires. And it looks like they went ahead. Yeah, so it's still 3:15 for the actual tornado warning. So it's still 3:15 until until it moves in closer to Decatur. Hey, Catherine, do you think most of DFW will be impacted? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, it looks to be a widespread event, and much of East Texas, because all this stuff here, Atoka, McAllister, this is all going southeast. So this is going to impact Hugo, Idabel, Paris, Clarksville, DeQueen. I mean, it's going to go well into Arkansas as well. And eventually it'll be impacting East Texas tonight, Gilmer, Longview, Jefferson. It'll eventually Shreveport. It'll get further into Ruston. I mean, it's going to be impacting all these areas. And then out to the west, it's going to try to back build. I mean, the further away you get from that triple point, the less of a threat you're going to be getting on the western side. So you do have the dry line. So the dry line is probably real time. It looks like it is starting to retreat already. So you're not going to have anything to the left of the dry line. It's all going to be to the right. So, I mean, if anything, I'd say maybe Abilene is probably the cutoff of where it could potentially back build, but I don't really see it going too much further west than that. And this will be dropping southeast. So eventually I think Waco, Waco is, towards like 9:30, 10 o'clock time frame towards the Waco area would likely be in and around Waco right around that time frame, and this would drift a little bit further south. Obviously not as intense, because the most intense stuff is right over the heart of the metroplex. You go south of the metroplex, south of I-20, the severe threat starts to drop, right? So it's mainly just over the heart of North Texas and East Texas were the most significant threat, and we're just now getting into that zone. Right. So we're just now getting into that area. So we're probably even going to be seeing storms likely start to intensify. I mean, so instead of ping pong size, you could be looking at tennis ball. We've seen some tennis ball, but now we'll probably get to be in some of these baseball size hail potential, some softball size hail potential. So this is the environment that it's going into as it potentially gets even stronger than what it is right now. Hey, Becky, schools are closing earlier in Sherman and Denison area, Savory, Ector. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's not a bad idea. All right. So you can't go wrong with closing early and trying to get home early. And hopefully it doesn't get too bad. Just the same with ice storms or winter storms, the same scenario. The faster you can put yourself out of harm's way and be fine tomorrow, the better. Right. So, all right, so we still got an active tornado warning over there by Atolka, just north of the Red River. We got some deep purples, and at times you can see the blues. You can start to see some of the blues streaking. Those are some of the more significant hail producers of that, as that cloud top is trying to get a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. So wow, this is crazy, folks. I mean, look at that. Now this one is now 60, right? So this is why you're seeing some of the blues. I mean, that hail, it's up there. They're getting some significant hail, and it's getting bigger and bigger. That is 60,000 feet, folks. I mean, that's the strongest one so far, and we might not even hit the ceiling yet. So that it could probably get in and start. So you see the trend, right? So it's getting, those cloud tops are still growing. They're still getting higher and higher. So that's that. And so the higher they get, the stronger they can be. So, and then, obviously you got a tremendous amount of lightning with that, and very, very, very dangerous setup with, I mean, yeah, golf ball size hail. This could easily go to tennis ball to baseball, no problem with that, that updraft that's happening right now. So that will be diving southeast, right? So you got all that going to be moving into potentially East Texas later on this evening. So that's probably the strongest, the highest, and the highest supercell we've seen so far tonight. It scares me when it says, wow. Yeah, you heard me when we were live doing live coverage about 2 years ago when that Salina tornado hit. I mean, that was wow, right? So, I mean, you hear me say wow tonight, we might be getting some 5-inch hail, right? So I don't want that to happen, right? I mean, that tornado was on the ground for 47 miles. Unfortunately, it killed 7 people. And the flashes and some of the power flashes that I was seeing, the background, the silhouette, and back behind that Buc-ee's. I mean, when that picture came back out and showed that tornado, Yeah, that's and hopefully it doesn't get that. Hopefully we don't even remotely see something like that tonight. But you know, the potential's there for a significant threat for some larger hail and some tornadoes. Hey, I was told to check you out. Hey, what time? What estimate for Plano? Yeah, we kind of looked earlier, Megan. Probably towards the 5:30, 6 o'clock vicinity towards the Plano area. So this is now moving. This is now moving southeast. So it might come a little bit sooner, but yeah, unfortunately it's going to come at kind of the heart of rush hour traffic too. So this is all getting a little bit closer to the metroplex as we speak. Tapping into some of that more unstable type atmosphere. Getting into better dynamics of the storm. Hey, Kathy. Or Wen says, "Whoa." Yeah, I think I've said both, right? You know the drill. I mean, I don't. At least I try not to over exaggerate. I try not to, but my love of the weather kind of takes over a little bit. So my excitement factor. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. I'm not trying to do that. I'm seeing this, and this is a very significant threat. I mean, for the atmosphere to pull all this together. I mean, you got to understand. But there's a lot of moving parts here. That for the atmosphere to do something like this is what it's going to unfold, right? Does not happen very often at all, right? But when these things start to come together, um, you kind of hate to see it, right? So the potential's there. So whether it takes full strength of those potential dynamics remains to be seen, but hopefully they don't. But the potential is certainly there tonight. My wife's like, "Are you worried?" Yeah, I am. Yes, I'm worried. Should we cover the cars? Yes, we should cover the cars. Yeah, I mean that's where we're at. I mean, usually I'm like, don't worry about it. So, um, all right, so we do have that extension of that tornado warning. So this has literally kind of been rotating really since Arrowhead. Like this is the same system, right? This is the same system that was near Jolly, Henrietta, moved through Bellevue, had the reported tornado that was on the ground by Newport. Now it's continued to dive southeast. We still got the tornado warning in place, still rotating supercell, and you can see the trajectory, right? So it's moving at a pretty good clip now. Now that it's moving southeast, it's going to gain forward momentum and getting to some of these cities a little bit sooner than kind of what we talked about, because it's actually picking up speed. So now we have a tornado warning that's for areas of Montague, Wise, and Cook County. That goes until 4 o'clock. So there's that same severe thunderstorm that we've been tracking, has some rotation still left with it. We know the cloud top is around 50,000, 58,000 feet. It is moving east, southeast about 35 miles an hour, located near Sunset at the moment. That's the leading edge near Sunset. So Sanger would likely be next in line. So Valley View, remember Valley View? Remember the tornado that we were just talking about? That was the one that was on the ground for 47 miles about 2 years ago. Valley View will be the next city in line with this rotating supercell, right? So, um, yeah, I mean these storms recycle. So, um, yeah, the thing about the radar scans, it updates every 2 minutes or so, and all right, so let's look at this. So, I mean, here's your leading edge of the sun. So, right here, sunset. So, this is your circulation right here, buoy, sunset. This is the leading edge of this radar indicated tornado. So, as of right now, we know this whole area has been rotating, whether it pulses down and pulses back up again, but it's still This is why we have under the tornado warning, right? So we're not getting. Um, I don't have any ground truth right now of it actually touching the surface, but it could very well be, right? It's we're in. This is sunset. This is the leading edge of this supercell traversing right along Highway 287. This is a major thoroughfare of 287. There is the city of Alvord, and eventually there's Lyndon B. Johnson National Grasslands area. But yes, continue east southeast bound through Sunset, and eventually going to be heading into Denton County. Will be next in line with this supercell. Hey Sharon, hey, I signed up for WeatherCall. Hey, greatly appreciate it. It is a phenomenal service. Do you call my phone? Well, it's the service, and now you'll physically, when you answer it, it'll actually be my voice. But yes, it'll be my voice saying, "Hey, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, or confirmed tornado on the ground. You need to take cover." But if you're Polygon, if you're if your area is in that warned area within that, if your address, you're going to get a phone call, you're going to get an email, and you're going to get a a text message saying, "Hey, you need to take cover or get out of harm's way," and that's the weather call service. And this is the link that's actually scrolling across the bottom, right? So I made a short link. It's tinyurl.com. But it even now they've included winter too. So once we get into winter, we'll have winter storm. I mean, so you won't actually miss if there's a warning that it impacts your address, you're going to know about it. Whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to know about it. Hey, JC, Collin County campus closes at 3:30. Oh wow. So that's, yeah, my son goes to school there, and so they let out early. Typically today he's out before that, but he elected not to even go today. So that's so now that they're actually closing early, so he wouldn't have missed much anyways. Denison schools projection to get out a little bit early. So yeah, we're looking at 317. I think a lot of some of the elementary schools are starting to let out now. Of course, I think middle school, every ISD is different, and then of course I think high school is a later one, 415, 420 or so. Van Alstyne closed at 2:30. They closed all Collin County campuses. How about Blue Ridge area? Well, you'll get impacted in Blue Ridge. It's still going to be a little bit of ways because you're still obviously east, and everything's still northwest of you, but you will get impacted in some form or fashion tonight. Yeah, best weather report of today. Yes, there's always light at the end of the tunnel, right? So that's the goods and bads about storm days, because you typically have cold fronts or some sort of cleansing mechanism behind it, and then it's a nice day. So tomorrow, but then we have some just rain. So it's just going to be a soaking rain on Thursday and Friday. Nothing strong, nothing significant, but a good soaker for Texas, which what they need. And then you clear out. So Saturday is going to be a very nice day, and then Sunday is even going to be a better day. So we do in fact have 3 tornado warnings now. So we've got 3 tornado warnings activated across northwest Texas and portions along the Red River in southern Oklahoma. It's essentially that same supercell. So in these environments, it really only takes a couple supercells, folks, right? I mean, some of the high resolution data is we're showing like 4 or 5 of them. But we're watching this. The biggest hail so far we've seen tonight is tennis ball, confirmed on the ground, 2.5 inches. So there's a couple spots that have seen some tennis ball size hail. Hey, timing for Prosper, Ashley. So probably about 2 hours or so, like towards the 5:30, 6 o'clock time frame. Within that window, I would say it'll likely be on Prosper's doorsteps. Sherman. Well, Sherman's in the, like I said, Sherman's in the crosshairs. Everything is going to be moving southeast eventually, and they will kind of be impacted in about an hour and a half to about an hour and a half or so, I would say. So these are moving west. You got some east southeast movers, but everything is drifting southeast towards East Texas into Arkansas, into Louisiana, most of North Texas, and then a little bit of West Texas here. Yeah, Dallas is going to be towards 6, 7 o'clock, I would say, probably closer to 7. Yeah, so I've been asked about Frisco. So here's the city of Frisco. So these are all moving southeast. So it's just a matter of time before it gets close to Frisco here. Hey, I'm late to this. What about Allen and McKinney? Yeah, so again, you're probably looking closer to 5:30, 6 o'clock in McKinney. That's a good bet. 5:30, 6 o'clock. These are all moving east. Some are moving southeast. Yeah, Melissa will likely get impacted in some form of fashion. I mean, you can definitely see more tornado warnings are starting to build. Right now, there's 4. So these are rotating supercells, folks. I mean, they're dropping some bigger hail along the path, and they are going to be rotating. Um, so yes, you're but it's really that main system that's still showing the more, the more severe rotation. Is this the one over by Sunset? This continues to be the more favored supercell for rotation, if you will. I mean, that's it makes sense because that's the one that actually had the confirmed tornado earlier. All right, so you can see this storm getting a little bit stronger now that we're seeing some of the blues starting to show up. That is your more significant hail really building now. We know that cloud top is 60,000 feet, and that's a fairly big area for some significant hail starting to come together just north of the Red River here. There's Durant. That's in southern Oklahoma. This is the stuff that's will likely be dropping, east, southeast, and eventually likely impacting Paris, Clarksville, Idabel, Broken Bow area, those areas that continues to push southeast. Hey, thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. I appreciate you following. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed to my Facebook page. Greatly appreciate everyone following tonight. I'll try to keep you as safe as possible with these storms coming in such a heavily populated area. Here's some of the storm reports just over the last 6 hours or so, right? We've seen some numerous quarter size. We've seen some ping pong size. We've seen golf ball size, some tennis ball size. So this is definitely a significant threat. Now we've got 4 tornado warnings. Everything kind of started by the triple point up there towards Wichita Falls. And that was about 2 hours ago. So you can see the math of where we've been over 2 hours. Hasn't really technically moved that much. Everything was just south of Wichita Falls 2 hours ago towards Henrietta. And and now they're in approaching Decatur and Chico and Jacksboro. So yeah, these aren't like flying to the southeast, but nonetheless, these are isolated, and this is what makes this threat so significant tonight because you can actually count the supercells. You got one, two, three, four, five, and they're all separated. You see, there's gaps in between. So this is what makes this threat a more significant threat because these are all isolated supercells. If this was congealing together, and at some point we could be looking at that, but right now they're still separated. And the longer they stay separated, the more tornadic they're going to be, and the bigger hell can form in that situation. If they try to form together and they try to congeal together, that at some point again it's going to transfer into more of a damaging wind threat. The hail threat would likely come down, and then you would get more isolated spin ups along the leading edge. But right now it's the more significant threat because they're isolated, and there's more than one. There's five, right? So the other night we had the storm that formed west of Wichita Falls and then turned southeast. It was actually one supercell, but it did crazy amount of damage, and it kept recycling, and it was actually lasted 10 hours. It started like 4 o'clock and it went well into the overnight time frame at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was a very significant storm that formed west of Wichita Falls and dropped all the way down to Dallas, and that's when it had a couple of those tornadoes in Wolf City. Um, Springtown, as well as sorry, what was the other city? I said it earlier. I got a lot on my mind. You know what I'm talking about? That city, that Runaway Bay. Yeah, Runaway Bay that hit that area. So that's the same area that's about to get impacted in about 30 minutes or so. So we have another tornado warning going over that same general area, traversing that same course, southeast movers coming from Wichita Falls down through Jacksboro, down through Runaway Bay, and now heading towards Springtown again. Hey, Rihanna, did he mention what time in Prosper? Yeah, you're probably looking at towards 5:30, 6 o'clock. That would probably be a good bet. So we're probably still about 2 hours away or so, kind of a rule of thumb. These are picking up speed a little bit. They are moving a little bit faster than what they were earlier. Instead of 25, we're getting more 35. We're getting some 45 mile per hour speeds at times. So depending on how fast they continue to move, will be in your area, but that kind of gives you a guesstimate. Hey Jenna, how are you doing? Hey, what time should they be in downtown Dallas? Expect to be hit, Jonathan? Yeah, I would say it's going to be closer to that 7 o'clock time frame. Plano, approaching Dallas University Park areas, maybe towards 7 o'clock would probably be a good guess. Maybe even a little bit longer than that, 7:30. Tornado watch goes until 9, and they'll just have to make the call if they're going to be extending that. But at 9 o'clock, I do feel most of the stuff will be probably south of Dallas at 9 o'clock. So there's only really a certain window there, and it's probably going to be, I would say, roughly 2-3 hours where you're going to take the brunt of it. I mean, this isn't an all night affair for a same area. So this is going to be very unstable environment, dropping some significant hail, some maybe tornadic supercells, and then you're going to get some heavier rains on the backside. But there's not going to be training thunderstorms, or not going to be training or anything like that. This is going to be you see the clearing on the backside. So Henrietta's fine, Wichita Falls fine. There's nothing else. There's nothing forming back behind it, right? So there could be some rain, I guess you could say, form along the cool front, but they won't be severe. I'm mainly referring to the severe stuff. You squeeze it in the garage. Yeah, it's better safe than sorry. And then, this isn't like your quarter size golf ball size hail. I mean, you get tennis balls or baseballs dropping on your car. It don't take much. I mean, 30 seconds, a minute. I mean, it don't take much of that. It's gonna be all dented up. I mean, that's some serious threat. I mean, that kind of stuff goes through your windshield, right? That does that's the kind of stuff that totals cars, right? If you get baseball size hail, I mean, that's multi-thousand dollars in damages, and some of them would likely be totaled in that situation. So obviously, you can imagine you take a major city and have a supercell that goes over a heavily populated area, dropping baseball size hail. It does significant amount of damage in a very short amount of time, right? It really doesn't take much in that type of environment to drop and do significant damage in a very short time. Um, yeah, that's the concern. So the good thing is we haven't seen them elevate any higher than what they have. I mean, they're still significant. They're still, tennis ball size hail. We had some of that last night. We had Rowlett, we had Rockwall, we had getting towards Combine. There's definitely areas that had some significant hail just last night and did some significant damage. I had a lot of people message me. They sent me some pictures of windshields busted out in some of those areas. So, and that was tennis ball. That was some golf ball, half dollar side, type stuff. I mean, we could be looking at some bigger hail tonight. So you can imagine bigger than that, and it's already done that damage. It'll just obliterate whatever it touches. So that's the concern tonight when you're talking about something of that magnitude. The cloud tops are 60,000 feet. All right. So you've got plenty of potential there to produce towering supercells for sure. Hey, get your helmets out. Yeah, no doubt, right? I mean, for sure. I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. Don't ever go out in the middle of the yard and try to pick up a hailstone, folks. I mean, this stuff can get thrown. I can't stress this enough. I mean, this stuff can get thrown miles away, and I've seen it happen at my house. I mean, it was it was probably 5 or 6 years ago, but I could hear the missiles falling outside. I'm looking at the radar and I was like, there's nothing even around us. There's like 5 miles north of us. Well, that supercell at the time was 55, 60,000 feet, and it never rained a drop, but it rained tennis ball size hail. And it was like every 5 seconds or so, boom. And it felt like missiles. And I could look across the street and it would take out windshields of cars and stuff, but it never rained. That it was literally being thrown from 5 miles away. And since it was 10 miles up in the atmosphere, moving at a certain speed, it never even was overhead, but I still got impacted by hail, right? That is the dangers of these storms, all right? So I would never advise to go out in the middle of trying to pick up a hailstone. It's very dangerous. So helmet, yes, helmet is always a good idea, even if you're inside. I mean, I always advise, even if you have a tornado warning, it's always advisable to even have a helmet. It's a worst case scenario if the walls start collapsing on top of you and stuff. To protect your head, right? Hey, Troy, I've got a new garage that was built in downtown Salina, is already packed with cars. All spots are taken. Wow. Yeah, I know this. And times like this, people scramble for areas to park cars, free parking lots. I mean, I would imagine if I go to some of these parking lots down the street, it'd be solid packed. Go to Sonic, go to some of these teller windows through the ATM machines, cars parked undercover there. I would imagine a lot of spots are taken right now if you're trying to. Yeah. So, all right. So what we're looking at, we can kind of zoom in here. This is Jacksboro. So if we kind of really zoom in, this is the Jacksboro area. So we've got a couple tornado warnings happening, continue to happen, just to now approaching the Runaway Bay area of some quarter size to ping pong size type hail at times. Still dropping southeast. So now the rotating supercell is continue to move east to southeast. Some areas are moving southeast, um, dropping some bigger hail along the path. So it looks like we had a confirmed wind gust of 70 miles an hour. This is on the other side of Oklahoma. So this is just north of Durant, about probably 20 miles inland on the other side of southern Oklahoma, getting some 70-mile-per-hour confirmed wind gust up there. That's a pretty significant cloud top in itself, and you know, a rotating supercell continuing to unfold, and this will likely continue to move southeast. So this particular storm would likely be impacting areas of southeastern Oklahoma, getting into far, east Texas, northeast Texas. It's really this stuff right here that that will likely build and move a little bit closer into the metroplex. Yeah, I can switch to the gray screen and see if it's better. And you could probably see that a little bit better. She's got a lot of ground clutter tonight. The dew points are really high right now. I just remember I had an appointment at 4 o'clock today. We'll be gone for a bit. Hey, Stormy. Hey, appreciate you coming on, helping out for sure. Appreciate it. Be safe out there. Hey, my video from last storm went viral. Everyone thought it was AI. I don't want to do this again. Hey, when will the storm hit McKinney area? Again, like towards 5:30, 6 o'clock. You can see the trajectory. It's moving southeast. We're starting to get some initiation in Decatur, not severe, but just at least some rain or storms forming out ahead of it. So that just kind of shows you the continued trajectory of it continue to move southeast. So I guess the good thing is, if what I'm seeing here is we're not seeing them get crazy right now. So it's we still got hail, we still have a couple tornado warnings, but we're not seeing some. There's really couple severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got some $half size hail. So this is fairly a good sign, I guess you could say that. Go back to some of the velocity scans here. Hey, I was watching a storm chaser in Oklahoma the other night and saw 3 tornadoes drop in a matter of 2 minutes within a few miles of each other. Was crazy. Yeah, I mean, obviously Oklahoma's had a lot of tornadoes. I think there's only been 9 tornadoes in Dallas. I mean, Texas, there was 63 last April. So it's been this, of course, this might make up for a little bit, but it's been a slower April, which is good. But yeah, we had 63 tornadoes last April, and we're at 9 right now for Texas. A lot of it's been Oklahoma, further north, Wisconsin, Illinois. They actually lead the charge, number 1 and number 2 right now, of the most tornadoes. If believe it or not, Illinois and Wisconsin. Hey, appreciate you. Would it be possible to post some time frames for a few bigger cities? I mean, again, these are moving northwest. So McKinney's probably 5 or 6 o'clock. So these are moving some at 21 miles an hour, or about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Let me see. Dang it. Yeah, Jacksboro, that supercell has been rotating the entire time. That's the same one that came through Wichita Falls. All right, so we have the tornado warning happening right now for the Jacksboro area. So that's continued to be warned for the next 35 minutes or so. So you can see a little bit more rotation coming in on the backside to the northwest, moving into Jacksboro right now. So this supercell is trying to rotate again within Jacksboro. So along 281, there's Highway 380. We're about to approach the Highway 380 area. So this is a brand new a new supercell that's coming in from the northwest down to the southeast, that showing signs a little bit higher rotation now through Jacksboro as it continues to drift southeast. Joplin would be in the path, and eventually Westbrook. Those areas around 281 to 199. Hey Nikki, how are you doing? Yeah, Melissa time frame. Yeah, so again, so it's closer to Melissa's way up here, so it's still a pretty good ways away from Melissa. By another 2.5 hours or so as this kind of moves through southeast. So it's got to get through Decatur, as is just now approaching Decatur. So that's a good easily 60 miles, if not 70 miles away. So it's every bit of at least 2 hours, if not a little bit further. Hey Jennifer, how you doing? Yeah, everything's kind of moving again, east to southeast. Everything's, you know, obviously it's going to hit Salina before it would hit Melissa because you're further off to the west. But yeah, there's the city of Salina. So you got storm, you got rain approaching the Valley View area. There's Sanger, and it's pushing. It's pushing your way here. No, in theory, they would get stronger. So, right now, we're not seeing them kind of take off. I mean, they're not technically getting stronger now, but in theory, we have instability. We're getting warmer. They should technically be stronger at heading towards peak heating. So, um, but what I mean, right now, I guess they're on the a little bit tamer side, if you will. But yes, in theory, they should be getting stronger. Hey, Haskell. Yeah, that's probably a good guess. About an hour or so, if not a tad bit further. So Bridgeport, Flower Mound. Yeah, that expires in 16 minutes. They'll continue that. The edition probably won't make it to you, but it's the following edition will likely make it to you. So you're probably hour and a half, I would say, away. Hey, lots of questions about time frame. Yeah, Van Alstine. Yeah, again, Van Alstine's north of McKinney here. So this is all kind of moving off to the east southeast. So again, about another 2 hours away here. Hey, you're welcome, Haskell. Hey, good to see you on the feed here. We had at least one confirmed tornado earlier. We have not seen one since. So, but we do have several still rotating supercells. We have 3 rotating supercells out there. Actually, 4, but nothing on the ground at the moment. I would say there's nothing you have to be out there driving, so don't. Hey, my friend swears a tornado touchdown near Jack's. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely certainly possible. You're going to be in these situations where we definitely saw the rotation by Jacksboro about 5 minutes ago, and we already know that dropped a tornado. Hey, appreciate the donation. Thanks so much. We already know that it dropped a tornado earlier further north, so it's a rotating supercell that's probably going to be dropping a tornado or two along the path. So, this is Highway 380 here, and right around 199, 281 vicinity. Yeah. So here's this city of Jacksboro, and there's that leading edge of that rotating. Sometimes it looks a little bit better at times, sometimes than others, but this whole area is going to be approaching Highway 380 here shortly. They do have the tornado warning in place. Hey Donna. Hey, what time for Denton? We're not. I mean, that's 13 minutes. I mean, when they extend this, it's probably going to be right on the edge here. So I'd say an hour 15 away in Denton. Hey Haley, is there's anything predicted to continue overnight too? No, the only initial wave. This will be the only initial wave. I mean, there could be some light showers around along the front, but nothing severe. You can see behind the front, there's nothing besides maybe some showers right along the front there. And that's probably false echoes. But no, once you get this initial wave, you're done. So I mean, you can see we're not it's not expanding in growth here. I mean, this is not actually a very wide area. So we'll have to watch this trends. But right now, the trend has not been gaining strength. So these are kind of good things. What we're seeing on radar. So we're not seeing bigger hail sizes forming. We're still in the 1 quarter inch, half-inch variety, ping pong size variety as a quarter size. The more significant storm is still north by Atoka. That's where we're seeing some golf ball size hail, but we're not seeing that like we saw earlier. We had some tennis ball size hail earlier. We're not seeing that right now. Hey, Jennifer, I joined late. What time is actually expected to hit McKinney? So again, we're probably a good hour and a half, 2 hours away. So I mean, we're 5:15, 5:30 towards 6 o'clock. So we're right now the leading edge is in Decatur. So it's about 60 miles away from Decatur. It is moving about 35 miles an hour. So you just kind of do the math. That'd be 2 hours right there. Yeah, we can go back and look at some of the future radar or the past radar, this evolution of this storm. So this is kind of the evolution of the storm here. I think we came on live around 2. So when we first came on, there was a just issued severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. We had one drop about 30 minutes later. So we had initiation form by the triple point. The dry lines already kind of retreated further west now. But we had a storm initiation right where the triple point is, near the warm front, the cold front, and the dry line. And that activated just south of Wichita Falls by Arrowhead and dropped some significant hail, 2.5 inches earlier. It did in fact have a confirmed tornado here. I think it was near Archer City, or no, Lake Arrowhead. This was the city. Lake Arrowhead had a confirmed tornado. And there's some reports it was a possible touchdown in Jacksboro, but we don't have confirmation on that. But yeah, this is where we're at. So now you have the leading edge here. Gonna be Denton would probably be the next in line to get that severe thunderstorm warning to be extended, and then probably another 9 minutes or so. But yes, they're not as strong as they were. That's definitely a good sign. They're not as strong as they were, at least right now at the moment. I had a horrible headache all day, and I was wondering if it was the storms. Yeah, it's a storm. I mean, it's very unstable atmosphere right now. Very sticky, muggy. I mean, you walk outside, you can feel it, right? It's just you can definitely feel the thickness in the air. Yeah, 5:15, 5:30 for sure. Yeah, what about Richardson? Yeah, I mean the entire metroplex, again, will be impacted, just different times. But Richardson, again, this is Decatur. We're just moving 30, 35 miles an hour. A good 2 hours away. Well, like I said, we had some golf ball size hail earlier. We had some tennis ball size hail earlier. Now we're getting some quarters and some ping pong size. So the strongest storm at the moment is by Atoka, just south of Atoka. There are a couple tornado warnings. We've had some rotation from time to time coming down, 281 Jacksboro Highway, now in the vicinity of the Highway 380 area. This is approaching Runaway Bay here shortly. There's a couple purples, but we're not seeing crazy areas of purple. We're not seeing blues. We're not seeing that. We're not seeing significant hail here, folks. I mean, like I said, I'm expecting it to get stronger. This is what's forecasted by most of the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. But I mean, if anything, what I'm seeing from what we saw, I mean, it has congealed together a little bit, and that has definitely started to kind of take a toll on some of the intensity levels, because now they're kind of on top of each other, if you will. So some of your stronger ones are still isolated. So when we were looking at this earlier, there were about 5 separate ones, and now I could probably say these 3 are kind of congealed into one. I mean, at least it looks like to me at the moment. And the strongest storm is up here where it's all by its lonesome. This is when it produced the 70-mile per hour, and that's pretty evident with all the lightning strikes that are happening, right? So you got all the lightning strikes happening, and you got some of those deep purples happening too, and you've got the highest cloud tops because it's all by its lonesome. So Yeah, still very significant storm, approaching right at 60,000 feet here. So that is crazy high, folks. That is, you know, the highest I've ever seen in the Metroplex is about 66,000. So we're right there. And we're getting right up there. All right, so it looks like they did in fact extend that tornado warning with that supercell, and that's going to continue to push southeast. So those are areas in, kind of north of the border there in southern Oklahoma. But like I said, I mean, the good thing is what we're looking at here. The part that would likely impact the Metroplex, at least at the moment, um, doesn't look that bad at the moment. It's not like it can't pulse up here. So, but it's not the biggest hell we have right now is half dollar to ping pong size. It's still strong. Obviously, but it's not significant or crazy, or at least obviously giant hail. So it could definitely still get bigger, but as of right now, we're not seeing that. Hey, can someone please tell me it's going to hit McKinney bad? So we'll keep watching the trends here, so we'll definitely keep watching the trends. But right now we're seeing those three supercells kind of merge together and congeal into a kind of disrupting the flow, if you will, and keeping them more together versus isolated like we were seeing maybe 45 minutes ago. So that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing a little bit more significant hail here. There are some lightning strikes, not crazy insane, but we are seeing still some lightning strikes and some purple. So it's there. It's still a fairly decent, strong, severe storm. It's not crazy storm. I guess you know what I'm saying. Sanger kids are in school. Yep. Yeah. So let's look at Sanger here. All right, so we got some rain approaching your area, just rain, not severe at the moment. So, but this warned storm would likely be extended in the next 3 minutes or so. So this is easily, obviously, going to get extended. It's got mixed areas of a quarter and ping pong size hail, but nothing too crazy here. But yeah, like I said, these things have to continue to remain isolated. So that if they're isolated, they're always going to be stronger. So if you're seeing for them to kind of come together, which we are, then that's why you're seeing at least a little bit of weakness here in some of the southern flank of the storm. Had some nasty stuff. It hit us last night, and Indiana. Hey, Eric. Hey, appreciate you tuning in. Will West Frisco be in the clear for high school? Gets out at 425. All right. So it looks like they went ahead and extended that severe thunderstorm warning. So this does include Decatur. So let's name off some cities for you. So this is Wise and southeastern Jack County until 5 o'clock. So we had that severe thunderstorm that was located near Lake Bridgeport, or about 9 miles east of Jacksboro. It's continued to move southeast. So ping pong size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So let's give you some times. Lake Bridgeport on the doorstep right now. There is Lake Bridgeport here. So this is Lake Bridgeport. This is the leading edge of that storm at 4 o'clock right now, 4:05. Paradise around 4:25. So this is Paradise, 4:25 here. Paradise 4:25, and then Briar and Boyd around 4:30. Aurora around 4:35. You get here into Pecan Acres, Rome, Hazlitt, those areas until 4:30. So yeah, so this continues to move southeast, some, quarter size, some ping pong size hail kind of mixed in with this. But yeah, nothing terribly too bad right now. Nothing to, get me to say whoa or wow or anything like that. We're not talking wow factor right now. We're these are, I guess, fairly tamed considering what some of the data is hinting at. So let's keep this trend alive here. So right now we're getting some 1.5 inch hail here towards right along Highway 380. So yes, still doing some damage, folks. I'm not trying to downplay this, but we're not seeing significant stuff. So this is right along 380. There's Jacksboro. This is Highway 380 towards Runaway Bay. We do have some larger hail, ping pong size at times, maybe a little bit larger than that at times. And this is continuing to dive southeast bound. So there's your hail core right there, right along Highway 380s, which is obviously a major thoroughfare there. Not as thick as once you get towards Denton, McKinney, but that is a major thoroughfare as you go from 380 obviously to Decatur to Denton to McKinney. But these are diving southeast, so those are moving towards Runaway Bay, the Bridgeport area into Paradise. You heard Paradise around 420, and that will continue to move southeastbound. Boyd, New Fairview, Newark, and then obviously this will likely get extended. And then once it does, then you're talking areas into the Metroplex here. Hey, what's Princeton look like? Um, yeah, again, so you're pretty far east, so I'd say you're still going to be in the crosshairs. It's just going to be a little bit longer. You're still a ways away. 3 hours or so. Hey, thanks for keeping us updated. Was it already shared? How long is this watch good for? Till 9 o'clock. So the watch goes until 9. So it's 5 more hours. So the tornado watch, you're just kind of tuning in here. We do have a tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock. Some areas have the severe thunderstorm watch. So pretty big area. Obviously, there's multiple. I mean, they issued this one to the right of us a little bit sooner. So every watch, every National Weather Service issues their own watch. So obviously, this got issued by the Shreveport area. Ours got issued by the National Weather Service in Dallas. So yeah, this one was issued about 2 hours ago. It does go until 9 o'clock this evening. Yeah, so the watch, I mean, you can see what the watch calls for. This is what the atmosphere is capable of today within this. We have not seen this yet, but a couple tornadoes. We've already had one for sure, possibly two. Widespread large hail scattered, very large hail events up to 4 inches in diameter. The biggest that we've seen about 2.5 so far. And then scattered damaging winds upwards to 80 miles an hour. We have had some confirmed 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, but that's, of course, that's the ceiling. That's what the atmosphere is calling for. We haven't seen the ceiling yet, or hopefully we don't see the ceiling. All right, so let's take that back off. All right, so the good thing is they dropped the tornado warning. I mean, obviously that's even a better sign. Losing some of the tornadic, spin up, but still the hail threat. That was the most concern tonight was the hail and the most widespread damage. So obviously, golf ball size hail can still do damage in a normal type of event. Golf ball size hail is definitely nothing to sneeze at. That will still dent some cars, and that will definitely put some dents in some of the roofs up top. But where that, I wouldn't probably say that's significant hail. So we're not seeing the crazy stuff right now. So hopefully this trend, hopefully this trend continues here. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for coming, a member. Hey, just joining. How's Melissa looking? Yeah, so you can see where the storms are, but Melissa's way up here, and we're a good ways away. So Denton will probably be under the severe thunderstorm warning. In the next 50 minutes, they will be in that line. So it's a pretty good jaunt still. Hey, it's a tough call for McKinney. We might get skipped. Yeah, so hey, Tammy, how are you doing? Thank you for always reporting for us. You're welcome. Yeah, so last night we had that stuff that came up, and obviously it just formed right on the dry line. It was actually perfect, pretty much nailed it right. The dry line came well into the Metroplex, didn't come nearly as far today. So of course, everything left to the dry line was in the clear. Everything to the right was more of that unstable. So we had that storm that formed, I think it was like University Park and lifted northeast. And then I think Allen was in the crosshairs. I don't think Allen even got a drop last night, and everything was east. But yeah, more or less everything really kind of blew up towards Rowlett, Rockwall, Combine areas, towards Quinlan, further south. And then you had that one little supercell too out towards Commerce that had some nasty stuff. In fact, they had the biggest hail, 3 inches. I think there was one report of 3.5-inch hailstone right in the heart of the city of Commerce there. That was last night. And that was just off the dry line setup. So, and that lasted probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours there. It got really bumpy. And then things started kind of subsiding. And but tonight's a different setup, right? So we had the triple point up here towards Wichita Falls. Now the dry lines retreated well back to West Texas. And so, but we still have we had the updraft that broke the cap up here, and that's coming southbound. So you have the cold front. So these are always a scenario where, if you're looking for a more significant threat for North Texas, this is typically how you get it when it comes from Oklahoma. And it has a cool front, because that's gonna bring them south, right, ahead of it. But so we have all right, so we still have some golf ball size hail. This area by Antlers, still in Oklahoma, has some 70-mile-per-hour winds with this, and this is also kind of moving east southeast. Going to be hugging the Oklahoma border here shortly. Hey, Boston's the supercell trajectory in Ardmore looking like it's heading east or southeast. This one's moving more, I would say, east. So yeah, this one's moving east. And I guess that would be one of the things that we saw. I mean, we saw the southeast turn. They were going southeast, but and now they're taking more of an easterly trajectory. So they're not getting the inflow like they once was. And that could be one of the reasons why they're not as strong as they, just were, back when they were up here, when they were producing some more significant hail, because they were all separated. And but I think, and then they turned southeast. As soon as they turned southeast, that's when they started getting those higher cloud tops. We started seeing potential that rotating supercell that dropped in Jacksboro. But now they have stopped the direct east southeast and have turned more eastward. So that is kind of leveled off and made them congeal together. So, right. So if you're going southeast, you're staying apart. If you're going more east, you're staying together. You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of like what we're seeing here is we're seeing them just the weather can be fickle, folks. Just that slight turn, right? So you go from east flat, you go from east southeast to southeast, and they blew up once they turned southeast, stayed separated, biggest hail, highest cloud tops, started turning tornadic. Then they started pivoting back and turning more east now, and now they're flat. See, they're kind of merging together. You see how these are all kind of holding hands with each other. I guess you could say. See that, and then so that's what's keeping them on the tamer side. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we're looking at. And in fact, the one in Gainesville is not even severe anymore because of that, right? So that we're getting this is helping the storm as it's going into a very volatile environment, and the math could be as simple as that, folks. I know. So just by that little tweak has really made all the difference in the world. Tap it into a very unstable environment, and as long as these stay more east and flat, then it's more of a congealed threat and a higher wind threat versus a higher hail threat and a tornadic threat. Does that make sense? But yeah, you can see the movement on these, and then definitely what we're really seeing as we put the radar in motion here. The entire system from Graham to Gainesville now is all connected. So yeah, I mean, it's still rain. It's I'm not trying to downplay this, but this is what's keeping them. This is what's keeping them tamer. Now, of course, golf ball size hail is tamer. Yes, considering what we're up against tonight. So these are good signs, folks. This is not, but it's still there. I mean, it still can do some damage. I'm not saying nothing's going to happen. It's just we're not seeing devastation out there, significant stuff, like what the atmosphere was calling for. So we'll watch the trends, but that one little tweak in the atmosphere is definitely helping, at least right now at the moment. Now, of course, this could easily turn at any moment. So we'll keep watching the trends here and hoping they can stay more easterly versus directly southeast. All right, so we can maybe swing further north here, and let me kind of switch radars and go a little bit further north. Yeah, it only appears there's these are the three tornadic cells that we have to work with right now, with everything else that's going on out there. Hey, Crystal, what'd you say about Prosper and McKinney? Yeah, that it's about hour and a half away or so, and Prosper and McKinney. I mean, you can see the leading edge is just now coming to Decatur, right? So you're pretty good John away from Denton, and then of course Prosper is even another good 45 minutes away too. So that's at least an hour and a half there. From Prosper to Decatur, if you had to drive that, it's going to take a little bit. And this is moving slower than driving. This is moving 35 miles an hour. Hey, what about Dallas and Carrollton area? So, again, you're probably a good 2 hours away here before it reaches Dallas. Hey, rain and Runaway Bay, storms hitting now. So yeah, if we can zoom into Runaway Bay, there's like Bridgeport. Yeah, you can definitely see some deep purples here. So that's always a sign that the storm is kind of holding its own. That does have some ping pong size hail with it, some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as she was saying, that it's raining pretty heavily now, and that's obviously pretty evident with the deep reds and purples. very, very, very heavy rain. You get in the 63, 60 dBz. That's pretty intense, folks. That's some heavy, that is some definitely some very heavy, significant downpours there. Yeah, so I'm looking at my Tempest, and it's actually picking up a lightning strike about 25 miles from me. Where is that? It's probably picking up at that one. So I've got a weather station here, and my Tempest. It's actually calculated this lightning bolt right here. See that lightning bolt right there, and I'm in West McKinney, and so that was within about 25 miles here. I got the notification, but yeah, I was able to see that, and anytime there's a you see these lightning bolts, you get well out ahead of the system. And the stronger a storm is, the more out ahead of the system it gets thrown out, and it actually kind of helps the storm. Hearing thunder right now on Blue Ridge. Yeah, so if you're up in Blue Ridge, you're probably hearing the thunder from some of these cloud tops, pretty good ways away, but there's nothing really kind of remotely close to you. Yeah, so there's Blue Ridge. So if you're hearing thunder, I mean, it could be this area south of Gainesville. I mean, I doubt Bridgeport. It's a pretty good John ways. Yeah, just heard some thunder in Melissa. Okay, well, I mean, with these cloud tops so high, I mean, it's one of those things that you can hear it or having some visual aspects of seeing it, even though it's kind of misleading. When we were me and my wife were eating last night, I guess we were coming outside of Prosper, and so how that cloud top's like right there. I was like, no, it's actually in Garland. It appears that it's right there, but it's actually in Garland right now. And she's like, no way. I was like, yes, it is actually. It's in Garland. But yeah, we already know this storm's about 55,000 feet right now. So but that's a pretty good John away from Melissa. That's a good 70 miles. And if you're hearing thunder, that's a high cloud top. Hey John, some hail expected in McKinney. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, it's certainly possible, but these storms are moving southeast. I mean, if you're looking at the dry slot, right? So I mean, you got nothing in Whitesboro, you got nothing in Sherman. I mean, this stuff in Gainesville is just rain. There's nothing severe. Um, so yeah, I mean, we have two severe thunderstorm warnings. So we did have some golf ball size hail here confirmed by a chaser back into East Jacksboro. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if that actually didn't touch down. If it did, it was only for a minute or so. If in fact we had something touch down right near Jacksboro earlier. I mean, so obviously the National Weather Service will be doing surveys, but at the same time, that was a significant storm because at the time it was producing some golf ball size hail that was reported around 3:57. So that was about 23 minutes ago. That's exactly when that rotating supercell was just near Jacksboro area. And of course, that continued to southeast. But yeah, torrential rains unfolding right now in Bridgeport. So you're seeing some lightning strikes, more heavier lightning strikes. So that's always a sign the storm trying to possibly gain a little bit of intensity here, and this will continue to move, east southeastbound. Can we expect anything coming from this, or just one, or is just the line? This is it. I mean, this is your main event with the supercells on the leading edge. There's nothing behind it, right? So this All right, so this was earlier near Bryson. So we had emergency management did confirm a 2-inch hailstone. So a 2-inch hailstone earlier, just southwest of Graham. This is around 4:03. So that was about 17 minutes ago. I mean, I would say since then these things have, like I said, that's when they were moving more southeast, folks. Uh, since then they've definitely turned a little bit more east versus southeast. Hey, how does it look for Gunner? All right, so let's zoom into Gunner here. So you're probably seeing some high clouds starting to move in. There's Tioga, there's Valley View. Yeah, so the leading edge is right there in Decatur. So the bulk of the heavier stuff is in Decatur right now. Hey, looks like it got absorbed by the northern cell. Yeah, because it like I said, Ian, because moving more eastbound versus the southeast bound. So yeah, I mean it kind of took away all the energy from the northern side towards Gainesville, and then the two supercells were to the left of it have now kind of merged together. So we'll watch the trend, and if they do in fact turn southeast again, they'll probably get a little bit stronger, which would likely be the case. Hey, Christina. Yeah, definitely. I hopefully it doesn't get too bad, especially like Wiley event in 2016. But we are seeing some, in the past 20 minutes or so, we've had some golf ball size hail and some 2-inch hail reported. So these are, still fairly severe. I mean, this is not like we're still getting some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts at southern Oklahoma there. I mean, I'd probably say about another hour or so. If you could probably, head home and just hang out, and if you need to go back out once this thing's clears, it'd probably be better. But at least at the moment, I mean, but I mean, if this thing continues to traverse on the same course, I mean, again, these are moving southeast, right? So I mean, these are, you got a evident dry slot here going over Grayson County and Collin County here. Yeah, so about 1.5 inch hail still. We're getting, still out of the Bridgeport area, about 1.5 inch. I think this was a recent hailstone at 4:07, fairly recent, about 15 minutes ago. Hey, you said McKinney about an hour and a half, and it was about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, that's probably a good guesstimate. About, again, about 6 o'clock areas at 5:45, 5:30, 5:45. Yeah, it's moving at 35 miles an hour, and the leading edge is in Decatur. So that's about a 60 mile drive from McKinney. Hey, getting dinner right now, ready for the kids. We'll check back and update. Appreciate it. He said about 35 miles an hour. So Salina, thundering now in Salina. You can hear the thunder. Yeah, let's look at some of these. We're still at 58, folks. I mean, we're still holding strong right up there at 55, 58, 60,000 feet. So it's still got a really good ceiling to work with. Hey, Bonham is going to get missed. I mean, it's possible. There's definitely nothing forming right here, and it's certainly possible there. Hey, could you explain what you mean by a good ceiling? Well, I mean, the cloud top, right? So you have layers in the atmosphere, and you got a cloud top that's 50, 55, 60,000 miles up in the atmosphere. That I mean, you got that ceiling. So they're rising that tall. So you have 10 miles of atmosphere to work with, whether that could be, you know, updraft potential, some larger hail potential, stronger winds. You've got obviously, areas that are rotating at different heights. So, I mean, the bigger the ceiling, the more probabilities that you have to work with. So okay. So for example, when you're saying, hey, there's a strong cap, well, that cap can never like get above about 5,000 feet. So right now we're at 55,000 feet. So when it's ahead, there's a strong cap. So it can't penetrate above 5,000 feet. So we're we're about 10 times higher than that. So yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you can't get above the cap, you definitely got nothing to work with, right? But this has plenty, 10 times the amount of room to work with, right? So that kind of gives you idea of what we're working against, what we're working with here. Hey, driving from Dallas to McKinney, hoping I make it there before it hits. Yeah, I mean, looking at it, you're probably fine. It's not too crazy at the moment, but hey, we still have golf ball size hail. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, um, so the biggest hail we've seen in the last an hour has been about 2 inches. That's been the biggest. That's been the biggest in the last 2 hours here, about an hour. The biggest of the night we've seen is about tennis ball size. Hey, shock McKinney High didn't cancel after school activities. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, they could, these storms could easily form, but as of right now, I mean, if this continues to move southeast, then I mean, there's an offhanded chance McKinney might not get much because I mean, there's nothing coming from the northeast, from the northwest here. Hey, got huge thunder in Denton, so yeah, that's probably what you're hearing that from the Decatur storm and the Bridgeport storm. You're definitely hearing some of that thunder. Probably seeing the cloud tops off in a distance, some of that crazy lightning out there. Hey, I don't think it's going to hit us. It looks like it's going south. McNeil Elementary School canceled all activities. Yeah, Pilot Point. Yeah, so again, it's just not terribly too far away from is that north of Denton? All right, so here's Pilot Point. You kind of see where we're at here. You're in that, like I said, you're in that kind of the drier slot. So these are moving east, and if that continues, and more or less east, somewhat southeast. All right, so we've got a brand new tornado warning. So we have a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. So at 4:30, it just right now. So this is southwestern Parker County, southwestern Wise County, and northeastern Parker County. So a developing severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado that's near the city of Paradise, um, or 9 miles south of Bridgeport, moving southeast. Folks, you can see the path has now turned southeast. with some golf ball size hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds. So areas in the path that need to be in their safe zone now are Azle, the city of Azle here, Briar, Reno, Springtown, Boyd, Paradise, Sanctuary, Laguna. All those areas need to be in your safe zone. Now we've been looking at this, right? So this is now turned southeast, or you see, heard what we talked about. So this is now turned southeast, usually typically a little bit more tornadic, a little bit stronger. So this is not a good sign that this storm has now turned southeast. So um, it is rotating, and we have a potential developing tornado trying to form in this supercell here. So you can see the leading edge here of this on the velocity scan, pretty evident of this strong rotation just south of Bridgeport coming southbound. And this is almost like deja vu, unfortunately. Look at this, folks. Look at the city of Springtown that got hit the other night. I mean, this is not what you want to see, is a yet another tornado warning, and that circulation just off to your north of coming right at you, essentially. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately in the city of Springtown, Reno, Pelican Bay, Azle, of this supercell that has taken the dreaded southeast turn, if you will, right? So I think that's something that you're always concerned about, as we're seeing that southeast turn, and it has now turned a little bit more tornadic. You got a little bit more breath on the south side to feed this storm, and that's what we're watching the dynamics play out here. But yeah, 223 near Draco, near Cottondale, that is the strongest rotation right now, and that's going to be dropping southeast towards Lucky Ridge, and possibly between Lucky Ridge and Springtown there, and a continuing continue to southeast here. So if you're on this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe zone immediately. This could easily drop a tornado with that type of circulation, kind of what we're seeing on some of the velocity scans here. This could easily kind of drop a tornado at any time. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this starting to turn more southeasterly now. Again, this formed in a similar setup as we saw just 3 nights ago, and that once it turned southeast, it really rapidly accelerated. At one point, we had a 98-mile straight line wind, and then it did in fact confirm 105 mile per hour tornado the other night with this supercell. There was another one, I forgot which one. I think one was a 115, but yeah, an EF1 and an EF2 in Runaway Bay and Springtown. But nonetheless, this is kind of the same general vicinity as this continued to drop on the west side of Fort Worth. And this was the storm that eventually ended up just west of Dallas here around 3 o'clock in the morning. So this was a supercell that lasted an extremely long time, from Wichita Falls all the way down to the western sides of Dallas, over a 10-hour lifespan of it continuing to be circulated and drop 2 tornadoes along its path, and drop some significant hail and some of those more significant winds. And it really started to escalate in and around the Springtown area as we're getting to kind of a similar setup tonight. I was trying to look at some of these winds on the other radar. So this is just above the surface. We're seeing some 45 mile per hour winds. maybe just south of Paradise. We're seeing some 58, 57 mile per hour winds just above the surface there. So this is your more intense winds that that are right over Cottondale right now. So this is your Cottondale. This is where it's likely the circulation is, that the atmosphere is showing some strong rotation right now. So, but you're right. Yeah, it's Cottondale. This is 2123. There's the city of Lucky Ridge. There's the city of Springtown. There's Boyd. All right, so I'm seeing some 62 mile per hour winds now. So it is still getting a little bit stronger right around the Cottondale area. This is the area that we're looking at right now, just south of Paradise. This is a rotating supercell, and it could be, we could have something on the ground, folks. I mean, I don't have confirmation of this, but we could have. It's getting really close, as the circulation is definitely getting stronger here, just south of Paradise, right near the city of Cottondale. So there's 2123. There's County Road 51. Springtown is just to the south of there. Look like it's going to be approaching 2048 here. The city of Boyd. Yeah, people are calling me. I had plans and I forgot to tell them I couldn't make it. uh, Obviously, they know I'm doing the weather. All right, so yeah, so this supercell again, we have a brand new tornado warning showing signs of rotation from this tornadic supercell that could be dropping a tornado at any time. I mean, it's showing very strong rotation just by Cottondale, just north of. All right, so here's the newest update. This was about 9 minutes ago. At 4:29, there was that severe thunderstorm that was near the city of Paradise, and now it's by Cottondale. I think I named you some times, so it hadn't updated. But yes, so this will continue to move southeastbound. Now this one has taken that southeast turn and approaching County Road 51 here. So there is the city of Lucky Ridge and Keeter, and this will continue to dive southeast. Let's look at the northern half of the storm. So this one is also producing some golf ball size hail with it. This is just north of Oklahoma, just Oklahoma border here. You can see an evident dry slot between Paris and Bonham and Sherman and Gainesville and Durant. Not much happening right now. There's definitely a dry slot here, and so right now we're working with the cell that is just west of I-35. This is I-35 here, west of I-35. Is that a brand new tornado warning? On the northern side of Oklahoma. Yeah, so brand new tornado warning just on the southern side of Oklahoma, near approaching the Oklahoma border. Hey, pray for folks in Springtown. Almost 50 of them are still without power. Oh wow, they're still without power. So yeah, so this is dropping some golf ball size hail along the path. It is again continuing to show signs of rotation. Like it definitely appears that. My mouse is acting up. There we go. It looks like at least for this one, the circulation would probably miss it if it continues on this southeast turn just north of. I mean, it'll be just north of Springtown, but it's going to go right over Lucky Ridge. It's happening. It's probably right there right now. So it look like there's a little airport there, Eugene Dream Airport. Looks like it's right over the airport as we speak. It's probably obviously a little smaller airport. So catching up, how does Hal look? How long does it take to hit? I mean, yeah. So again, you're further north. There's nothing there's nothing happening in Hal. I mean, you're in that dry slot. So you're in between, and you're in between these systems now. Hey, just turning in, updated McKinney. Yeah, again, there's not much off to your northwest. There's Denton. We have a tornado warning southeast of Bridgeport. South of Decatur here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with some golf ball size hail likely extended towards Denton in about 18 minutes or so. So yeah, if this does continue, but I mean, there could be a chance that McKinney would just get missed altogether. That's not out of the realm of possibility. But you can see the definitely evident dry slot for sure. There's definitely a massive dry slot there. So Denton is starting to sprinkle in Denton now. Not sure if it's good being in between the systems. Yeah, but still, I mean, that if it comes in, if you miss it, then you're not really going to get much because as soon as this cold front comes in behind it, it's going to clear the atmosphere out. So I mean, the cold front's coming regardless. So whether you get the storms or not, I mean, it's not like you're going to remain unstable because you would easily get stable as soon as that cold front arrived. Hey, Sherman was supposed to get hammered and now it's clear. Heard tornado on the ground in Springtown. Well, it's definitely close. I mean, we've been tracking it in Cottondale. If anything, it could have touched down briefly, and if I was looking at it, it was by that airport we were looking at earlier, and but yeah, this is the storm that was showing rotating south of Paradise at Cottondale. Now it's right over that airport in Lucky Ridge. The circulation is not showing as significant. It was definitely stronger, probably about 5 minutes ago. Um, so in fact, if it was able to briefly touch down, that would probably be when that was happening. Um, but still, radar indicated. But definitely strong rotation still coming out of that supercell. And of course, Fort Worth would be Reno, Hazel. You're still under that tornado warning for the next 15 minutes. And then White Settlement and Fort Worth would likely be next. Hey, Little Elm and Oak Point. Yeah, you're probably about, again, an hour away in Little Elm, Oak Point area. Hmm. but it's getting a little closer. Again, we've had numerous tornado warnings. There's no question. We've had some tornado warnings tonight. We've had at least one confirmed tornado. There's been possibly two others that it's was a possibility in and around Jacksboro, just north of Springtown, and about 5 minutes ago. If the National Weather Service comes out and after their surveys and says, "Hey, that we did in fact get one," that would likely be where it unfolded, and likely a touchdown briefly. But we never actually got confirmation that it did in fact touch down. It doesn't mean it didn't. It just we weren't able to get ground truth or get some sort of spotters on this and update that to the National Weather Service. But it definitely was showing strong rotation, and it's still rotating. It's not like it's not, but it's not as significant as it definitely was earlier. But this warning's got another 13 minutes, and then we'll see if it continues for Fort Worth. I mean, if it still looks like this in 13 minutes, it will for sure be continued further south. It's going to miss Allen. I mean, it's certainly possible. We'll have to watch the trajectory of these storms, but again, it's the southeast movers that are the ones that I'm really concerned about with these southwest trajectories. Oh, Timothy, there's always one in the bunch, right? Yeah, there's probably other people doing live coverage. Go watch them. Hey, appreciate it, Alba. Hey, what does it look like in if it hit Leonard or not? If it was going to hit Leonard? So yeah, I mean, Leonard's kind of way a good ways away, but right now you're doesn't look very promising for Leonard to get a storm. I mean, you're pretty in a pretty evident dry slot. So all right, so they did in fact issue continue that severe thunderstorm warning. This is for areas of Denton. So we'll go through it right now. So this is southeastern Wise County and southwestern Denton County, northeastern Parker County, as well as Tarrant County through 6 o'clock. So we've got a developing storm, continue to move east, about moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. Does in fact have some golf ball size hail with it, and now some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we were kind of talking about maybe the initial threat is a hail threat. If it congealed together, it'd be more of a damaging wind threat and some tornado threat. So we're starting to see some. This is probably the highest one we've seen. This is going into Fort Worth. So 70-mile-per-hour winds, straight line winds damage, golf ball size hail potential, and moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So in the path are going to be Fort Worth and Arlington, Grand Prairie, Denton, Louisville, Flower Mound, Euless, Bedford, Grapevine, Haltom City, Keller, Hurst, Southlake, Watauga, Colleyville, Corinth, Saginaw, Highland Village, Azle, and Trophy Club. So those are the areas that are under that severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that's moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. So it does have some golf ball size hail with it, and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is a pretty significant storm in itself. And there's the hail core right now near Bridgeport. We still have the tornado threat, so it's just the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So the leading edge now includes Denton, Corinth, Flower Mound, Grapevine, as well as the Arlington. So that's your cue for the DFW airport That's about an hour away. So this is a longer severe thunderstorm warning. So in about an hour, it's going to be near DFW Airport. And so I would say probably at least 30, maybe even 45 minutes prior to that, because these updrafts are going to be pretty volatile. They're going to probably likely have a ground stop here shortly if they don't already. I'm not keeping track of it. Of into DFW, right? So you're going to have the storms getting close to Love Field and close into DFW. This is about 5 o'clock, so I would imagine in about 5:30, at maybe the latest 5:45, that we would put a halt on anything going and coming at the airports here, because that storm is going to be barreling down on your area, and those turbulence is going to be too extreme. Would not be safe to try to go and fly out or land in that environment of what they're up against right now. So everything's going to come to a halt here in about an hour. Oh, and I can actually hear the thunder. Yeah, that's a long ways away to hear thunder. But yeah, I'm actually hearing the thunder in McKinney at my house, and that's, you see the lightning strikes. That's a good jaunt. That's a good 50 miles away. All right, DFW Airport's already under a ground stop. Yeah, and we're still an hour away. So they kind of shows you they're definitely not taking any chances. I mean, anything close in these updrafts, what we're working with, it's just too turbulent up there. Hey, appreciate the confirmation on that. All right, so this rotating supercell is continuing to push through. Let's see. All right, so here's the city of Fairview. So again, we're showing a little bit higher wind gusts coming out of this area. So there's the circulation was just to the south here, but this could be a potential new circulations, moving southeast, heading towards the city of Hazlet here. All right, so you see the possible tag. So you have a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado possible. So it's within this area around New Fairview that it's starting to showing a little bit stronger rotation now. So that tag has a potential tornado tag on it, along with the golf ball size hail, and it's again, this is where the circulation was, and it could be two separate ones likely trying to form, but we still have this going on. That's right of Springtown, north of Reno, south of Boyd, and then now we have a new one trying to take shape in and around New Fairview. So this is all heading southeast here, going to be taking right over near Pelican Acres and the city of Hazlet here. Hey, Gunner's getting some light rain right now. Yeah, you can almost see these are trying to kind of bow out. I mean, those are obviously pretty indicative of some stronger wind gusts coming out of this supercell. So the leading edge of these storms are producing some pretty significant winds along the leading edge, and especially if these try to kind of take a more bowing features. You see that little, this is the higher winds that's racing out of the head of the storm that's producing some stronger wind gusts with it. Yeah, but there's Denton, Corinth, and how fast was this moving? Oh, 30 miles an hour. Hey, I just heard some thunder in Allen. Yeah, I'm starting to hear some thunder too in McKinney. Yeah, just heard some thunder in Collin County. Hey, appreciate it, James. You're in New Fairview. You're getting some heavy rain, some no hail here. Maybe quite not yet, but it's not that far away. So this is where some of the hail core is, just off to your left. So that's obviously got to come through. So if it's not hailing now, you're probably going to be possibly getting some here shortly. All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning happening now. So brand new tornado warning just got issued for the city of Weatherford. So let's look at the parameters. And again, this is all kind of the similar same sort of circulation here that keeps dropping. So there's Runaway Bay, there's Jacksboro, Runaway Bay, but this is actually a little bit further off to the west. So we've got central Parker County and east central Palo Pinto County. So a developing storm, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located about 4 miles north of Mineral Wells. So you see this area right here, 4 miles north of Mineral Wells, right in this vicinity. That is your circulation. And so areas in the path are going to be Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Willow Park, Aledo, Brock, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake, Anita, Cool, and Lake Mineral Wells, Lake Weatherford, those areas across Anita and Millsap, getting into Brock Junction and Tin Tap. And so those areas need to be in your safe zone of this new development, new rotating wall cloud here, trying to spin up a tornado here. It does have a tornado warning with, again, 70-mile-per-hour winds and some significant, golf ball size hail too. All right, so there's your hail core coming in from just north of Mineral Wells, entering the 281 vicinity, coming off 254. So this is going to be dropping southeastbound towards Cool. This is Mineral Wells, Millsap, and then eventually Weatherford's going to be in the area. If you live in this area, you need to be in your safe zone. There's Brock Junction that we just talked about. So there's the new scan. So there is the hail. This is north of 380. North of Mineral Wells here, and producing some golf ball size hail with that supercell. This is also going to be dropping southeast here. This one's moving about 35 miles an hour. So you have kind of three distinct hail cores, if you will. So you've got one just north of Reno, south of Decatur. So you have the other one about 4 miles north of Mineral Wells. And then you have yet another one just northwest of Palo Pinto area. So they all have up to golf ball size hail with them. as they continue to move southeastbound. Oh, Mama Two's clouds. Those are always my favorite clouds. All right, so it's 5 o'clock. And again, so we have a pretty good dry slot. There's a lot of room in between. It's this northern branch of the one in Gainesville is just really kind of it went bye bye. There's literally nothing left of it now, and there's been an evident dry slot that has formed um, from the Oklahoma system all the way down to North Texas system. So it's pushing to the left of DFW Airport. So it's kind of ironic in areas that we're supposed to see the not as intense storms or getting the worst storms, and the storms that we're trying to get the most intense storms are not really seeing much right now. But we do have a couple tornado warnings unfolding just north of the Oklahoma border. And we have several, again, hail reports, larger hail, some golf ball size hail, and a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, once the storms pass, when's the next storms? Well, there's likely not going to be any storms for a while, but there is going to be rain. So the stuff that's coming in Thursday and Friday is just a rain producer. Could be some heavy rain. It could be some flood watches. There could definitely be some flood warnings issued. But we have likely a good soaking rain coming Thursday and Friday, likely Thursday night into the overnight Friday. And but no, I'm not really expecting any severe weather for a while after this because we've got a fairly decent cool front. I mean, the highs on Fridays are approaching 60 degrees. That's it. So it's a fairly decent front for the 1st of May. It's we're going to cool off substantially, and of course storms don't like cold air, so we are going to warm up a little bit next week, but there should not be, as far as like storms or like severe stuff, for I don't know, a good 7 to 10 days. I haven't looked terribly that far in advance, but it's not in the next 7 days, I can tell you that. Hey, how long does it travel along 380 looking? Well, there's Graham, so there's 380 out towards Graham. They've got Denton and McKinney. So, the back half is almost to Breckenridge. Yeah, May the 10th. I mean, again, it's so far off. It's so far off. It's a pretty good ways away. Yeah, right. There's not much happening in the short term. Is it hitting Fairview or not? I mean, again, we're watching these storms. I mean, there's been an evident dry slot that's formed just to the northwest. I mean, you can see what's on radar here. There's not much in Gunner. There's not much in McKinney and Anna and Frisco and Little Elm. Now we do have that storm moving. It's moving east southeast, but I mean it's right on the borderline of 380. So it would have to take a more northerly turn. But the trend has been more east southeast and more southeast versus more north. So there's definitely a good bet that McKinney might not get much. And folks, I mean, it doesn't guarantee your city will get hit. I stressed that on my live earlier. I mean, it's when you have severe storms, or they're isolated, right? This is not 100% event. It was a 40% coverage, so there's no guarantee. I mean, your city was going to get hit, So I mean, that's not how severe weather works, right? So you have a massive area that could be impacted by dynamics, but we watched it unfold, and I mean, be thankful they might be scathing, not have serious damage, right? I mean, these are actually good things. So I mean, we'll watch the trends, right? So I mean, so yes, right now, um, there's obviously a dry slot in between Sherman, Bonham, McKinney, Greenville, Sulphur Springs, Paris. It's been an evident dry slot. It's been eaten away, even getting expanding more and more and more. All right, so here's the storm earlier. Um, so a train spotter. This was the storm that was coming off of Henrietta, south of Bellevue. This is the one I thought was going to touch down. So this is a potential another tornado that confirmation of touching down versus the one that we saw Lake Arrowhead. So that's now we have at least two confirmed. We two confirmed touchdowns, and there's probably maybe a potential two more um, tonight. So further south towards Jacksboro, there was another one that potentially touched down. And then, of course, we had that one, I forget, south of Paradise, but you get the idea. There's potentially four now, but we have two confirmed. For Denton right now, I think y'all might get it. Or strong enough rain. Some people are weird to complain about anything. I don't know. I, for one, certainly didn't want baseball size hail. I for sure did not want that. So even though it was in the forecast, again, it does not guarantee that your city and your area will get hit by giant hail. It's never going to be like that. It's never going to be 100% coverage. Now, when you're talking a rain event and they're all congealed together and like Thursday and Friday when there's like an 80% chance of rain, then sure, about 80% of the metroplex is probably going to get wet and precipitation, but there's not going to be severe. And those events are always could potentially be widespread. We have an overrunning setup, a prime time setup for a rain producer, not anything else besides just rain. But this was a bit different beast tonight, So what you had plenty of areas that got tennis ball size hail, golf ball size hail, 2-inch hail, and of course it's still unfolding. We could have had two confirmed tornadoes, potentially four tornadoes. I mean, it's not like nothing happened, folks. And we're not even done with this, right? We still got, this is like halfway through the event. It goes all the way till 9 o'clock, and it has to go all the way down to into south of Dallas. So we're not even remotely done with this event. Anybody heard about Lindale, Tyler area that I've missed? It's just kind of so far away from Tyler, so it's still a ways away, right? So it's not even we're near Tyler right now. Pow. Yeah, severe weather can be really finicky. I mean, I would say last night it kind of blew up and even more than expected quickly, right? Tonight, obviously, it's not as bad, but we're halfway through, right? We're only halfway through this system. So there's still significant damage and on more of a widespread event. This is what the concern was, is more of a widespread event. And we've got bigger hail kind of spread out sporadically. This is all done at least some damage to rooftops, to car tops, to barbecue grills, all that type stuff. I mean, had some straight line wind damage, numerous 60, 65, 70 mile per hour winds. Obviously, we've had several confirmed tornadoes right now. So, I mean, but I explained what happened, right? I mean, you had these storms that were moving and really isolated for a while, and then all of a sudden they turned more east and congealed together, right? Sometimes that's all it could take, some to make these a little bit not as strong, right? So there's still they're still strong. And any normal storm, this, when you're talking 2-inch hail potential, that's considered. I mean, 2-inch hail is considered very large, right? That's in the very large category. 2-inch hail that would do damage to cars, that would do damage to some rooftops, right? So that is considered significant hail. You get even you get 2-inch. People want doomsday. I don't know what they want. I mean, I certainly didn't want $2 billion disaster, and you got 4 months to waiting for your car to get repaired because there's such a backup, and then 6 months later we get all of our insurance renewals and they just skyrocket. I mean, who wants that? I mean, I've been in Texas all my life, so it's there's 20 minutes of destruction can last years and pain points. uh, does it look like Providence Village is just going to tip of the storm now? Yeah, 2-inch hail is awful. It's for sure. It can do a lot of damage. I mean, and we're looking at this and look, I mean, we've got three distinct cells with deepening purple, getting stronger. And actually, we could be looking at this rotating supercell again, forming. The velocity scans are probably high now. By looking at this through cool. All right, so we do have the tornado warning. Okay, confirmed tornado. So we have another confirmed tornado on the ground. So we were looking at this, and I look like, man, that's look like to be another potential tornado here. So we have yet another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. To my knowledge, this is the third of the night. Third confirmed tornado now. Now along Highway 180. This is just west of the city of Cool, about 3 miles. Yeah, you can see the deepening purples. We saw this earlier, folks. Remember the one further north, we saw these deepening purples here. This is a strong rotating supercell with a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. So cities in the path are going to be Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Brock, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake, Anita, Cool, Lake Mineral Wells, Anita South and Anita North, Millsap, getting into Brock Johnson, Garner, Tin Tap, and Bennett. So those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately as a significant rotation is starting to build right just south of Highway 180. You see the latest scans here showing stronger velocity scans, stronger rotation, as this tornadic cell is starting to grow in intensity. And this is even the newest frame starting to grow even further now as this just traverses just south of 180 here. All right, so there is Interstate 20, folks. This is Interstate 20, and this is the last thing you want to see at 5:15, and you've got a tornado on the ground approaching a major interstate. This is not what you want to see. This is devastating just west of Weatherford here. So this is going to be crossing the interstate here in probably about 10 minutes. It's just south of Fox. There's Greenwood, and there is a major thoroughfare. And if you're looking at the clock here, that's 5:15. There's a significant amount of people on that freeway right now, and they will not have anywhere to go if this storm has to cross over that interstate, because we're still showing strong rotation out of this supercell just south of 180 here, moving southeast. All right, so if you're just now kind of tuning in, we do have another confirmed tornado, if not the third or fourth of the night. This is traveling along Highway 180, south of Cool, just west of Weatherford. This is a dangerous tornadic supercell is on the ground. Likely it's been on the ground for about 5 minutes so far. At 5:10, we had confirmation that it touched down. So this is a dangerous supercell that's showing plenty of circulation still, strong rotation with some golf ball size hail here. Those areas need to be in your safe zone as it continues to move southeast. And as I'm just saying that, you can see the last scan here. It's definitely kind of pulsed down. So it looked like it's still on the ground, but it's not as strong here. We're starting to see some of those stronger rotations start to subside here. But it was a good, easily 5 minutes. It's still confirmed to be on the ground, but not as strong as it pulsed up there for about 5 minutes or so. All right, so if we zoom out, folks, this is what we're looking at here. We have another confirmed tornado that is on the ground just right along 180 there, west of Weatherford in Parker, southern Parker County, of a tornadic supercell that has touched down for a good 5 minutes. It could still be on the ground. We still have an observed tornado tag on it until 5:45. So if this circulation continues, then it would obviously continue through 377, through Benbrook area. Those areas need to be on a high alert for a potential rotating supercell. And again, this is kind of trying to come back again as it tries to recycle. So it looks like there's stronger rotation trying to feed back in the system here. So if we're seeing this, and I think is that power flashes that we were seeing, or maybe like, so you're definitely getting the so it's this leading edge right here. It's this area that just looks to be west of Fort Worth now. So Weatherford. Hey, will it flood in Flower Mound? Has anybody heard of the mentioned Rowlett? Yeah, it's just so far away. We haven't mentioned Rowlett. I mean, Rowlett is a good jaunt away from any activity. You'll probably get impacted in Rowlett, but you're still a good. There's the city of Rowlett. So yeah, so pretty good ways away still. All right, so it looks like it has lifted up, but it was looked like it was on the ground potentially for 8 minutes or so. This rotating supercell, or sorry, that was a wrong storm. No, sorry, I was on the other storm. Yeah, it still looks like to be on the ground. So here's your circulation right there. So this is the part that's about to cross over Interstate 20. Looks to be at any moment, folks. Yeah, this may in fact be the strongest rotation of the evening. We saw one just as intense earlier, but this one's right up there and maybe even lasting even the longest of the night. So it's got great inflow. It's still showing some strong rotation, and we do have the tornado warning that is still in effect. Hey, do we need to be alert? More lines coming from west and Sherman. No, this would be it. This would be the only line that's coming through. Oh man. But yeah, you can definitely see the trend here. I mean, the western side of the storm is definitely keeping its intensity as these storms are moving southeast. When they start to turn tornadic, I mean, it's definitely keeping the storm stronger on the western side and not as strong on the eastern side where they were supposed to get it the worst, right? Um, All right, so we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for possible rotation entering the flower mound there. So this is the one that's been issued for a while now. Uh, that has about another 40 minutes left. Still some 70-mile-per-hour winds approaching um, the flower mound area. All right, so there's Highway 380 to the north here. Now you can see this line here. There's not much happening to the north of 380. There's pretty much Gainesville, Sherman, Bonham, Durant, Marietta. Yeah, there's the front, and it's probably even further south than that. But yeah, here's the front. Pushing through Wichita Falls here. So that is going to be the main culprit. Is going to be clearing the atmosphere out. As you walk outside and as the storm moves past, and once you feel the effects of that cooler air, then 100% you're going to be ultimately done for the evening. So, but there's been plenty of hail with this. I mean, look at all the hail reports of 1.5, 1.75, 2.5 inch hail. Fairly numerous, spread out. Yeah, Train Spotter reported a swath of some tree damage near Mineral Wells and Maddox Road. So that is likely that tornadic supercell, that tornado that was on the ground. But we're getting, confirmation of some damage reported. But to me, it looked like it was on the ground. Oh, tennis ball size hail. So that's more significant, folks. So we got tennis ball size hail. That's the first one closer into the Metroplex tonight. So it's this supercell right here that's dropping some considerable hail just on the northern side. So you got the south side rotating with the tornado. You got the northern side of tennis ball size hail, right? That is a significant storm. So the south side is rotating, which is typically the case, and the northern side has the potential bigger hail with some tennis ball probabilities dropping out of that supercell. So Parker County. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Parker County at 5:21. We had a developing supercell over this near the city of Cool, or about 7 miles east of Mineral Wells, dropping southeast at 30, and showing the potential for tennis ball size hail impacting Weatherford, Hazel, Briar, Willow Park, Reno, Aledo, Springtown, Brock, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake Anita, Poolville, Lake Weatherford, Horseshoe Bend, Crescent, those areas down towards Sanctuary. So more significant hail to the north, some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a rotating supercell that's dropping just to the west of Weatherford. So this is a dangerous supercell that's unfolding in Parker County. And that cloud top is still about 56,000 feet. So these aren't really going down much at all. So let's swing over here and see how, let's see, so we got some 50,000 footers. That's towards Roanoke and Keller area. Some 42,000 footers. You got some 38,000 footers over Collin County. So McKinney's got some 40,000 footers, some cloud tops that's being brushed out ahead of the storm. Are there two storms going to collide together? What? Which ones? These? I'm not sure which ones you're talking about. I mean, these have been fairly close all night long. Is there any more cells coming behind this one? Hey, Ryan. No, this would be it. Again, this is the main event right here. Whatever happens out of this this area is what's going to happen, because there's nothing else coming behind it. But obviously, we've seen a massive separation in between the northern cells and the southern cells, considering where we started when we came on live about 2 o'clock. And the trend has pushed further west, not east. So the trend has been further west and feeding into, so there's been an evident dry slot that has formed in the middle part of the north and the middle part of the Metroplex here. And then to the west of Fort Worth, west of Weatherford, and it continues towards Graham. I mean, everything's being pushed further west. Hey, pal, is this round one? I see a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. Yeah, because that goes all the way to Dallas. So, yeah, but this is round one. I mean, this is the only round. This is it. Well, technically, the first round never happened. The stuff kind of fizzled, approaching from the morning activity earlier. So we saw the second activity blow up around the triple point around Wichita Falls around about 1:45 there, and that's when they issued the tornado watch from now until 9 o'clock. So it's about a 7.5 hour tornado watch. So that still goes on for another 3.5 hours. And yes, they could probably slowly cancel some of these watch areas further north as you get some of that cooler air coming in. So it sounds like nothing's going to hit Melissa. Yeah, probably so. I mean, there's nothing really north of 380, and this is taking more of an east or a southeast trajectory. So if Melissa's north McKinney, you might not see much. Yeah, but most everything is west now, west of Fort Worth. That's west of Denton, west of that's where the more significant storms are unfolding. And you can almost see a little bit of an outflow boundary form. See, you got the gust front or outflow. They're probably running into stuff that happened yesterday. Because remember, we had the stuff, especially here. No, take that back. So we had stuff that blew up around University Park. So sometimes there's leftover outflow boundaries from the day before. And there's definitely something here. It's just something that we would have to watch for possibly new development. All right, so there's DFW Airport. They're getting the brunt. They're about to get hit hard with some heavier rains now. So at least officially for today, it's not going to go down as a goose egg. So they're about to get impacted with torrential rains. We already had confirmation they had a ground stop anyway. So, but yeah, nothing's going to happen in DFW Airport. It's we got very, very heavy rains about to move in. Hey, Marianne. Yes, it definitely appears there's something happening over Collin County or Denton or Dallas, or it definitely appears there's a dry slot somewhere. it looks like nothing in Pilot Point. Looks like it's going to miss McKinney. So the main part of the storm isn't hitting Carrollton area. Well, no, I mean, you see Carrollton. This is you're but yeah, once this moves through, and you'll likely be under that severe thunderstorm in about 20 minutes or so. So this is knocking on your doorstep. So this will likely be, well, this will definitely be extended. And so Carrollton, you'll definitely get some gustier winds, probably some 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this. And maybe some mixed hail, nickel size, quarter size. It's not like you won't see anything. I thought you said the lower storm was the worst one. Well, yeah, with the Weatherford right now, yes, that is definitely these are stronger storms to the west for sure. We have tennis ball size hail potential. We've got a rotating supercell, could drop a tornado anytime. So we got so yeah, we have 2.5 inch hail to the west. We've got an inch and a half to the right. So yeah, it's weaker storms, Denton, Collin County area, stronger storms, Tarrant, Parker County. Hey, Rhonda. All right, so I'm starting to hear. I'm seeing some lightning now, off in a distance. Yeah, dew point's at 73. It's 81 at DFW. Yeah, they're still highly in the warm sector. All right, so you got some. You're hearing some thunder in Lavon right now. I am in Allen, 75 in Bethany, and it was loud thunder rolling. Yeah, man, we saw these cloud tops. I mean, they're still about 50,000 feet out here in the Flower Mound. So you're definitely, feeling this. I mean, oh, my mouse keeps sticking at times. Yeah, severe weather staying south of 380. Yeah, it definitely appears that's the case. Hey, nickel size hail in Keller. Appreciate it. Thanks for the report. All right, so she's right here getting some of that nickel size hail. Some heavier rains with this. So you got all that purple still have to come through the airport here. Hey, is anyone out in Arlington? Husband is at the Ranger game and wondering how bad it is. Well, I'm looking at Arlington right here. So as of right now, there's some sort of outflow boundary, or maybe this is the gust front pushing out ahead of the storm. So if anything, this will keep it alive. So you're probably getting some gustier winds. This typically comes about 5 miles out ahead of the system. So you're probably experiencing a gust front forming out of the head of the main line, and this will help push the storms and continuing to push them further off to the southeast. Watauga. All right, let's look at Watauga. All right, so you're next. So Watauga I would say is next in line. Well, as soon as I say that and zoom in, you're in between those supercells, right? So you're in the separation zone where you're not seeing much. So for the most part, you're going to miss most of it in Watauga. Hard to see the map on my phone. Did you say purple over DFW airport? Yeah, it's getting close. I mean, it's you got DFW. So here's DFW. If I kind of zoom in here, we can switch colors here. All right, so this is now you can see that. So there's South Lake, right? So this is your deepening purple. This is torrential rains likely forming. This could be some stronger hail trying to form. Yeah, so right now it looks like that over South Lake is just heavy rain. So it looks like there's some of that maybe nickel size hail that was in color, or you have the Fort Worth Alliance Airport probably getting some of that, just kind of nickel and quarter size hail, and that's going to be dropping southeast to Keller, Hollyville. Hey, driving right now from McKinney to Frisco. So yeah, it looks like the leading edge of rain is starting to rain across the tollway here in Frisco and Preston Road. But yeah, the main threat is still considered out towards Weatherford with that very impressive hail core. Still some 2 and 2.5 inch hail reporting at times, dropping southeastbound. So this is the more considerable threat out there right now. Hey, some more rain towards Grayson for the night. Still nothing. What, Grayson County? Yeah, no, there wouldn't be anything. So as soon as this pulls through, you're in Sherman, Grayson County. That's it. If you missed it, you missed it. There's nothing else behind it. Hey, when do you think it'll be safe to drive in Dallas and to the Deep Ellum area? So I think that's kind of south of I-30. I would say at least a good hour and a half, I would say, before that's moved through. Hasn't even got to yet. Seven 7:30 to be safe. 7:30 should be passed by then, unless it just slows down. Hey, does it look like it's skipping McKinney? I mean, yes, for the most part. It just depends on where you live in McKinney, but it doesn't look like it's going to be north of 380. Hey, Jeanette, how are you doing? Raindrops just started here in McKinney at Virginian Ridge. I heard him say a few minutes ago that north of 380 is good. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at 380, folks, this storm is moving east. So this is Highway 380 right here. Right? Obviously there's not much going on over here, right? Everything's moving east. But the airport looks like it's getting a downpour now. Hey, what's happening in Salina tonight? Are we good? Hey, Chelsea. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it looks like Salina's good. I mean, I don't really see this moving northeast. That would be a totally different direction from what they've been all night long. So they're trying to go towards the more unstable environment. It is skipping Melissa and McKinney area close to Bucky's. Yes, that definitely appears so. What time should we expect it? And Quinlan and Tawakoni. So again, that's a pretty good ways away. But again, there's a definite dry slot. So I mean, there's a huge dry slot from McKinney to Paris. There's just not much happening. So I don't really think there's going to be stuff forming either. So the trend has been getting weaker to the east and stronger to the west. Hey, we're freaking out here by the airport. Yeah, I mean you're right in the thick of it right now, I would say. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it'll pass not too far from now, but yeah, just to the north there, that's where you're going to get in some of that torrential rains north of Grapevine. But yes, you are getting some heavier rains now and at the airport. But you can see there's definitely drier air coming in from Euless and to Bedford and North Orchard Hills. So you're going to get some rain, but then of course, once this whole thing moves through, you're going to be done here. And I don't know. Let's put the tornado watch back on. They probably could have. Did they? No, it doesn't look like they removed anything yet. Kind of surprised they haven't really taken these off yet. But yes, the tornado watch goes until 9 o'clock, folks. So it goes all the way down to Granbury, Stephenville, Cleburne, Ennis, Waxahachie, Winterwell, Midlothian, Kaufman, Canton, out towards Emory. So the leading edge. Yeah, brand new tornado warning. So let's go back to that. But yes, the tornado watch will still go on for another 3 hours or so. And this leading edge will continue to push south. So yes, I would easily keep the tornado watch in place, but they could easily start removing this as well to the north. All right, so brand new tornado warning. So again, that same supercell that's still dropping some 2-inch hail potential in southeastern Parker County, still rotating. Still another supercell that's located about 5 miles south of Weatherford now. So it's really been that one cell that's been kind of the thorn here, continues to kind of pulse up and pulse down. But yeah, it's still continuing to southeast. So Weatherford, Willow Park, Aledo, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake, Anita, Crescent, Aleta North, and Aleta South. So that circulation that we were looking at, going to be approaching I-20, is now past I-20. So it's crossed over I-20. All right, so this is an area we've been watching for a while here. So it's just this leading edge here that at times it's showing stronger rotation than others, and at times it has in fact maybe dropped a tornado or two as it's basically kind of taken this general line all night, right? This has been the trend as it started in Wichita Falls, dropping southeast. This has been the trend all night with this supercell. Sometimes it shows rotation, and it has dropped a tornado. It has dropped more than one tornado, and now it's just near Weatherford to the west of Fort Worth, and this will continue on that same path. So I mean, I would say even Cleburne is gonna be in the crosshairs here on the next likely the next update. Hey, cause when I came back, Snowies, how you been? Hey, thanks for keeping us informed. How's Alan looking? Well, you're not north of 380, so you're not going to miss out altogether. But so you will get a little bit of rain, I guess you could say. It's not much, folks. So yeah, it's again, it's drier east. It still continues to remain, drier. So whatever's happening here, it's a very noticeable dry slot, because even maybe some yellows and some oranges and now it's barely even a sprinkle happening along 380 here. So there's definitely drier air moving in and kind of just eating away at this eastern side and knocking these storms down, and then in fact just keeping these other storms strong across the west. So everything's again, the stronger storms are west of I-35, west of Fort Worth, and everything east is not as strong and kind of borderline severe, really. Hey, is Anna going to get skipped? Yes, for sure. Anna is going to get skipped. Hey, thanks for commenting to Alan. Sure, no problem. Snowing in Frisco, huh? Any hell for Van Alstyne? Looks like we should get missed. Yeah, no, you're completely done. There's nothing going to happen here. Again, that's pretty massive dry slot that moved in. Mm-hmm. Where are we at? Well, it touched down. Stronger storms, fizzle, Waxahachie. All right, so everything's continuing to push further south. So now the line is Flower Mound, Plano, Carrollton, Grapevine. Yeah, everything is pushing south and west. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing happening up here. Ponder on weather. We need you to make a video on how weather develops here in North Texas, like from these systems rolling off the Rockies. Yeah, I mean, our stronger systems typically come from Oklahoma. Now, of course, it was definitely stronger on the west side versus the east side. So this wasn't a dry line setup or anything like that. This was the triple point. Everything was. We'll have to look at the math later. I'm definitely curious to what happened and why that dry slot formed so massive. Um, hey, is it moving towards the east or the south? I mean, like I said, it's mainly being pushed further west. So you can easily see it's eroding to the north and getting less and less every couple of minutes, and it's pushing east, but there's definitely drier air pushing in from the north and east, as it obviously knocking these storms down big time. But no, out west, I mean, it's still alive and well. I mean, we still got some tornado warnings. We still got some up to tennis ball size hail happening. We've got over 2 inch hail happening. We got a so we got definitely some more significant storms out west for sure. Rockwall. I mean, again, so Rockwall. Yeah, you're up here in Rockwall. I mean, considering the trends and how it's going, even you might not see much, right? I mean, it's being eaten away, and then you're not going to get any severe weather. I mean, you might get a little bit of rain. I mean, even this storm. I mean, and it's not just North Texas. I mean, this Tyler area, Shreveport, Texarkana, Paris, this whole area. This is the moderate risk. This is the more significant hatched, large, very large hail zone, and then just absolutely nothing. Like it's even in East Texas, nothing. Right? I mean, so yeah, what we're watching is again, there's definitely a dry slot that moved in. I mean, we had the storms, and it was happening live and well. It was along the convergence zone. They were definitely there, and then and all of a sudden, it definitely shifted. Either they congealed together, and the dry air eat it away, but there was obviously a definite transformation in what we saw 3 hours ago. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious. I mean, you got a moderate risk, and you got most areas in the moderate risk are going to end up with hardly anything. And then most of East Texas too. So then areas where they had the marginal areas where they had the pending slight risk. That's the area that's getting most of it right now. So yeah. So if we look at this, sorry, where am I at? All right. So here's the update. So you had the Storm Prediction Center. So you can see where the stronger storms are, right? So this was the addition that they added this morning and then into this afternoon. I guess it is. They did extend it, so it's still within the moderate. Um, but yeah, it bleeds over to the slight risk, and of course, then it goes into the marginal. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, they did expand this. I forgot they did move this off to the west, and as the new updates were coming in. But yeah, we have. But again, there's been absolutely. So if we're looking at this, and of course, this is still hasn't made it southeast, so it's not fully done yet. But uh, most of the action has been, well to the west of this moderate for sure. There's been a definite dry slot. All right, but we'll move on. Let's go back. All right. All right. So they did, in fact, they issued the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So it's kind of a borderline severe, but another warning has just been issued by northeastern Tarrant County and Dallas County. So this is continuing eastbound. So some mixed in quarter nickel size hail with this goes till 7 o'clock. So we had that storm that's been raining pretty heavily over DFW Airport and around DFW Airport, and going towards Grapevine, moving east about 30 miles an hour. So this is northeastern Tarrant and northern Dallas County. So Dallas, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, Carrollton, Richardson, Rowlett, Euless, Bedford, those areas into Grapevine, Wiley, Capel, Hurst, Farmers Branch. All those areas would likely be impacted, over the next 45 minutes or so with this kind of weakening storm, if you will. I mean, there's even more drier air trying to filter in, even from this storm, trying to shut it off and eat away what was happening here earlier. Hey, no real rain at the airport yet, actually. Yeah, I just looked at, well, I mean, it looked like it poured, but if you zoom in, it's just they're really just on the outskirts, and of course you have drier air coming in. So I looked, yeah, it's about 3/100ths of an inch. It wasn't much. Okay, so 0.17. And it looks like you're right. I mean, this is the official recording site. I think it could be terminal C or D. It's one of these. This is where they calculate the official rainfall for the Metroplex. But yeah, there's definitely drier air coming in from the south here, and that's kind of eating away at it. And but obviously there's nothing off to the northwest, so you're you're just about done because these are moving more east southeast. Oh, you're at Terminal C. Okay, yeah, it's raining pretty good. There's Grand Hyatt one. There's Terminal C right here. You can actually see it right here. Hey, what's McKinney looking like? I mean, McKinney's dry. See, there's not even. Gosh, it's already swung down to Plano. Look at that. Look at all that dry air coming in. It's just, it's like a eating away at it. So, I mean, it is absolutely nothing. Like it just flattened it like a pancake. Hey, nothing for Alan. I'm sure you've been asked a million times. Is Alan in the clear? Well, yeah. I mean, right now, yeah, it's in the clear. Move on. Go about the cabin. Yeah. Yes, Alan is in the clear. There's nothing else. If you didn't get anything, you're not going to get anything. I know I'm McKinney. I didn't get anything. I'm in the Nothing Burger Club, right where with you. So I could say the same thing about myself. There's nothing in McKinney. It's sunny. Yes, we still got 2 hours of daylight, folks. I mean, not out of the question once these storms clear that the sun's gonna come out. It's yeah. I mean, you can feel the cooler air. I mean, you got this cold front's probably a little bit further. It's a little bit delayed there, but yeah, I mean, we could actually have a nice sunset. Clears that fast enough. There's this time of year it doesn't get dark until like 8:20, 8:30. So there's plenty of daylight left still, actually. Hey, once again, storm split. Zilch and McKinney. Yeah, I definitely split. Dry air eating away right at the moment. Bless your patience, pal. Hey, it's the nature of the beast, Ashley. Forecasting the weather is not a perfect science, and but I would definitely be interested and see what the math said, because I mean we had that perfect setup to the northwest, and everything was either way. Hey, we don't want all that nasty stuff. It's now we can get the soaker Thursday and Friday, and everybody's gonna be happy again. Rather have nothing than a big bunch of yeah, I get it. Yeah, no one. I mean, we know the alternative, right? I mean, cars in the shop for 3 months, right? Total cars. I mean, I don't think anybody wants that, right? This wasn't a rain event, this was, if we miss it Thursday and Friday, then we can be upset. Missing it today is no big deal because this wasn't just rain; it was significant severe weather threat. Actually, yeah. Hey, you signed up for weather call. Wait for my first test. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's only going to call you unless you're in a warned area, right? So if you missed the warning just to the south, you're not going to get the call yet. But if you get it does have flood warnings, so you can get a call for that still. Not today, obviously, but Thursday night, Friday. But I appreciate you. Appreciate you signing up. It's yeah. I think because it's not just me. There's tons of other people. I think it's 50,000. It's a lot people subscribers now across. It's not just North Texas, folks. It's across the nation. So you can even if you go out of town, it's like 72-hour window. But if you say go to Ohio for the weekend or whatever, and you can plug in change addresses to Ohio for 72 hours, it is temporary, and then you have to remember to change it back when you get back and change your address in the system. But it does work, if you have use the follow me feature. Hey, does that storm southwest of Fort Worth have any chance of going through Collin County? Oh no, these are moving east and southeast, not northeast. These are moving away. Hey, what does the rest of the week look like? Yeah, again, should be nice tomorrow. Probably a little overcast, but not really any rain tomorrow. But again, we have another system, not severe. This isn't any severe weather. It's the heavy rainmaker, and again, it's west, north, central Texas. We have a developing the front that you see right here is going to be stalled, right? So I'm expecting this front to be draped somewhere in the vicinity along here by Thursday. So we're going to have another system come from northwestern Mexico and being pushed into this system. And we could have an overrunning setup. So when this happens, this could be a heavy rainmaker for Texas. This is a good soaking coming for Thursday and Friday. there's already slight risk for excessive rainfall for both Thursday and Friday, actually. And then that's going to push through. In fact, I think I could probably show you that. No, that's today. Sorry. That's too far. Okay, so there's Thursday. So here's Thursday. So this is so the green is your marginal risk, because yellow is slight. This isn't severe. This is rain. This is a rainmaker. So it's the stalled front is south of the Metroplex, draped somewhere in this vicinity. You have a storm system coming off Mexico from the subtropical jet stream that's going to feed into this environment and cause an overrunning, which is referred to as an overrunning setup. And then that's when we're going to be getting some of this heavier rain. So it's a good swath of rain. San Angelo, Waco, Dallas, Collin County, Tyler, marginal risk, Lubbock. This is excessive rainfall, heavy rainfall. That's Thursday. And then you have a similar setup for Friday. So this continues into Friday. So there's your setup for Friday, as this will continue through with a marginal and slight risk, but a good soaking. Some of these areas are going to be 1 to 3 inches of rain. Some higher amounts. We're probably going to be seeing some flash flooding in some areas. But as far as like Texas goes, this is a good soaker for west, north, central, southeast, east Texas. That's going to be a good beneficial, just all rain, kind of a chilly rain. Highs in the 60s. It could be probably hard pressed, depending on how much rain we get on Friday. Hard pressed to even get out of the 50s. I mean, right at 60 degrees for highs. And the first day of May, I mean, the average highs now is about 80. So that would be a good colder shot of air to start May. And that'll move out. And the good thing is it's nice for the weekend. All right. There's no rain for this weekend. Saturday could start off a little overcast, but clear in the afternoon, all sun, and then Sunday's amazing. So you got no rain this weekend. So we got severe threat is over. We got all rain Thursday and Friday and a beautiful weekend. And we won't be talking storms for a while. So I think May is turning into one of those, if we talk about La Nina, Enzo neutral, and El Nino, we're at that transitional phase where we're going into Enzo neutral, which means average. So I am not expecting a hotter May, right? I am not expecting a hotter May. It's going to be on the cooler side, if not even below average, dare I say it. So all that really means is your average highs are in the 80s for all of May. So we could have many days in the 60s and 70s, right? For highs, right? So that's usually pleasant, really comfortable air for May. I'm expecting a wet month. I'm expecting above average rains. We're at 4 inches already at DFW Airport. I'm at that McKinney, regardless if we miss this today or not. And we have Thursday, we'll go towards April. Friday, we'll go towards May. So, but I'm expecting a wetter May. May is the wettest month, and I'm expecting above average rains for May. So you got above average rains for May and probably average to below average temperatures for May because of the Enzo neutral. So don't ask me about June. I don't want to ruin the party. So we'll take it 1 month at a time. Let's take this off. All right. Where do we stand with this stuff? All right. So we still got the warning. So that continues for parts of Dallas, just borderline severe there. We still got that one tornado warning, and it looks like now we're seeing some baseball size hail. So again, the trend is further west. Now the more significant of the day here, and now we're looking at some baseball size hail south of Willow Park. So Anita South is likely getting some of that baseball size hail now into Anita South. This is south of Alito, west of Benbrook, south of Willow Park, north of Crescent. So this is likely doing some significant damage between 171 and 377, folks. So we're getting some baseball size hail, and being a destructive storm, baseball size hail will knock out your windshield. And that's the type of stuff we're getting. Looks to be south of Willow Park right now and Anita South. And this will likely be trending towards Granbury and potentially Cleburne, south of the Metroplex here. So yeah, the strongest storm, tornado warning storm, and baseball size hail, the biggest of the night. So we got two distinctive cells just on the other side of the border of getting into Idabel now. So the city of Idabel in southeastern Oklahoma. I know a lot of people are familiar with Idabel here. Getting some significant hail. We're seeing a rotating supercell within Idabel here. And this looks to be extended, but it definitely does not like East Texas. That's for sure. It's not pushing. It is not pushing south. It's not pushing southeast. Hey, Steve. Yeah, sun's out in McKinney. Yeah, it's pretty clear skies in McKinney. The storm is well south, Plano, Richardson, and it's all moving south. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a very nice evening now in McKinney. Patio weather potentially. But yeah, destructive storm happening right now south of Alito into Anita Smith. Destructive wind, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornadic supercell with a fairly good size hail core. I mean, really between 187 and 171 there. No, I mean you got the cold front, so the cold front's going to come through. We can look at some of the high resolution guidances. Yeah, I mean the model data hasn't been doing us any favors because that certainly doesn't. I mean, the 6 o'clock model data does not look like that real time for sure. That's what we were seeing before the event even started, and this is at 6 o'clock, and we know what happened at 6 o'clock. Nothing like that And so, yeah, but wow. Yeah, I think even McCully was mentioning that, you know, when those storms happen, the National Weather Service sends out 2 weather balloons, and they sent out the weather balloon last night, right around, because that's normally their time to send it out, the second balloon, right around the time frame where those storms were really getting going there east of the dry line last night. And he even mentioned that they could have distorted some of the data because they maybe got induced a little bit from some of the data when it was at peak event from the overnight storm. So I was wondering if that got fed into the models, because that that radar does not look like, I mean, live radar does not look like that. So I mean, it's not even close. I mean, there's live radar versus what the model says. Isn't that crazy? Right? I mean, that updates every single hour. That's the latest update. So that's not even close. It's Yeah, so it's a completely different beast. So yeah, I'm wondering if that was the case that they got. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But obviously something happened. But as a weather person, I still want to know why. Like, of course, I know weather is weather, and it can happen, but there's definitely a reason why all this transpired. And mm, all right, so we got three little cells still happening. Everything is everything's moving, continues to move south. This one is just borderline severe, and it won't be a matter of time before this one gets eaten away as well. And then this was Fort Worth, and this is all going to be heading south. So, um, we got this significant severe hail happening south of Fort Worth. That's going to continue southeast. A very, very destructive storm. So that, again, the stronger storms continue to be on the western and southern side. So it's the trend has been weaker east all night long and stronger west. And there's even another cell that's formed just to the west of that now. So now we're getting into Granbury and Stephenville. So this is getting into, I mean, near West Texas region, really, because this is all, even Breckenridge. Look, new development forming in Breckenridge, and that's going to move south. Hey, my radar, be prepared ahead of time to be a last minute scrambling. Why would I be ahead of the storm? Better safe than sorry. But yeah, that's probably it, guys. I mean, look, the sun's out. I'm looking outside. It's going to be a beautiful night. Right. So, but yeah, I mean, there were definitely, I think there were what, I know 2 at least confirmed. There could be easily 4 tornadoes tonight from what we saw during live coverage. And obviously, there's been sporadic hail reports. Right now, the biggest is happening actually, right now, with some baseball size hail, and just a brand new tornado warning just got issued for Cleburne. So this is the more significant storm, and it likely will be continuing to be the more significant storm as this continues to push further away from the metroplex. So we have have a rotating supercell continuing to spit out some tornado warnings at times, and again, start trying to show some rotation again by Crescent. So let's So let's look at this severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado near the city near Crescent, and that was moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So it's this part right here near Crescent that has warranted the severe thunderstorm, the tornado warning is going to go through Godly, and so cities in the path are Burleson, Cleburne, Godly, Keene, Joshua, Lake Pat, Cleburne, and the city of Crescent. So yeah, brand new tornado warning that will continue to push further south, dropping some very significant destructive damaging hail along its path as well. But yeah, this will likely continue. They do have the watch. They do have the watch until 9 o'clock. So this is definitely obviously warranted. Further south, they can obviously get rid of it further north. So yeah, it looks like it's done at the airport here. It's going to be done at Love Field here shortly. We do have some heavier rains moving in just north of University Park. This is around the 635 area. But again, this is all kind of pushing off to the east southeast area. This will likely head towards Mesquite. And then all this will start to continue to push east southeast. All right, guys, I think I'm going to sign off for the night. So appreciate you tuning in to coverage here. So yeah, it looks like sun's out, and if you're in the clear, it should be pretty nice. Go out there, enjoy the rest of the evening. All right, y'all have a good night. Bye.